just like you pick up your beer and it's instantly cold and never gets hot.
That's not how chill touch works. That's like you try to pick up your beer and you destroy a wall of your house and a skeletal hand flies out, draining the life of everything nearby.
Welcome to Descent of Avernus, Tuesday nights.
Get many people wanting to go for a drink.
However, you summon Ice Knife,
Ooh.
and then you just drop the knife in your glass.
And then it explodes and kills you.
Oh, actually, now I think it does, but you've got to throw it. You put it in your glass, it's not going to make.
Right, okay, so we got the whole gang here. Lovely to see you all again over the internet. I see everyone's in Roll20 again, so I'll bring you guys back to, just to refresh your memories, the Dungeon of the Dead 3, where you are currently encamped with your new imprisoned pal, having completed a short rest. I also recommend anyone who wants to have a quick look at, most of the people have done a little bit of chatting in the in-character conversations, which is amazing, and I've had a read of that through over the past few days, and that's got some really cool stuff in there. But yeah, you've been discussing your various successes and failures, and your origins, and things that went wrong and things that could have gone better. But in order to our recap, I'll be once again doing the player-led recap. So can I get everyone to roll a d20, please? Oh, and we all have 7 temporary HP.
Yeah, from one to the diff.
Does someone have Inspiring Leader?
No, I think Mono used his spiritual
Oh,
bear.
the spiritual bear, of course.
Short rest.
Gotcha. So, it is looking like, Sean, you are going to have the honours this week. Would you like to remind us what happened the last time as you guys infiltrated the bathhouse and faced many threats underneath?
I did do it last time, and I've still got my inspiration from that, so I'm happy to pass it over.
Do you want to use your inspiration to reroll this so you don't have to...
What? I don't mind doing it. No, it's fine. I just thought someone else.
Does anyone want to volunteer if Sean to do it instead of Sean? If you
I'll throw it out because I rolled enough natural ones last time to probably need inspiration as I move forward. So if Sylk can chuck out some Sylk, hopefully, if that's okay, unless someone else wants to take it, I would be more than happy to take the lead. The group obviously woke up the following day after a vigorous fight with a very much run down bar, having destroyed most of it. They travelled on towards the bathhouse, to which they had sort of hoped to find a man with a lot of scars on him. When they got there, a couple of the group decided to go and have some massages for different reasons. Some to enjoy the massage and to tell the masseur how good or bad a job they were doing. Others to charm the person into giving more information about the establishment, and found a way down into a secret entrance to the underground lairs of this city. Having managed to somehow have one of the masseurs just randomly run away for whatever reason out of the room, they found their way into this entrance, travelled through with some signs and sounds of the sewer showing some water, found a secret entrance, walked through, and Rill managed to decide to be a little bit normal for Rill. Thank you, that was the word I was looking for. Managed to almost kill himself and Sylk at the same time with his looking through behind a tapestry with a little bit of fire sent down his throat, was able to come back from the brink. They chose a forward path which led them into a battle that just raged on. They were attacked from different sides. Heals were sent out left, right, and center. Walls and roofs crashed to the ground. Multiple people survived just by the barest element. And at the very end, the lady, I believe, bamfed away, only to be killed at the door. Die, leaving some different items, of one of which was a book that, when opened by Rill again with his inquisitive mind, led a shadow into him, and that is where they took a short rest.
Yes, so excellent explanation there. Yeah, you've definitely earned your inspiration. The drawn into, after infiltrating the bathhouse, you guys were drawn into a variety of misadventures, culminating in Sylk having the ceiling dropped in on them, and then the last remaining foe immolating themselves in a deadly ball of fire, which you only barely managed to escape with your lives, as several people were downed by that, but you have all managed to miraculously survive the many trials and tribulations you have endured since then. And I believe during your short rest, Mono is. Hang on. Sorry, who does the bear thing? Who was summoning the bear?
Yeah, that's my totem. So I just summoned it again. Seven extra points for everyone.
So you're having these conversations, and then Mono again summons the same friendly-looking bear that roars suddenly at you back in the Elfsong Tavern.
Yep.
It paces between you, and you all feel rejuvenated by its friendly gaze.
Right, shall we get a move on then?
Where are we moving to?
Well, I think I saw a body where that witch and those horrible skeletal rats came from. I would like to check there out first.
I don't have a map. Does anyone else have one up, or is it not up yet?
Try zooming out all the way and then zoom back in.
Everyone should have vision at the minute.
Yeah.
We should have all of you there.
Yeah, zoomed
Sorry,
out.
have we
Zoomed out.
located this guy yet?
You have briefly had a chat with him. You know his name is Klim Jasso. He is claims to be a wealthy nobleman who can repay you heartily if you were to get him home. However, you have not made any further inquiries beyond those surface level, and I believe you were planning to interrogate him more thoroughly once you'd finished your rest.
I think
So Yerk had worked out that he didn't have much money.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
worked out that he came from a poor family, I think. And they didn't have much money.
Yes,
Yeah.
you remembered.
Sorry, I've just found my notes.
You know of his family, and you know that although he is a noble, technically, he's definitely not got a huge amount of liquidity floating around at the minute. I think you have released him from his shackles, is that right?
I think we did.
Anybody else? But I haven't.
I think somebody looted the keys from the garden.
Yeah, and then let him go.
Yeah. He sort of, as he's also had a bit of a rest with you guys, he is sort of just going to look to him and says, so you'll let me go then?
Well, wasn't our agreement was your freedom for information?
Of course, I'll tell you everything I know, but I need to get home. My family will be worrying where I am.
That is true, but you will take time with us first.
Okay.
You'll stand a better chance of getting back alive with the rest of us here, I think, as well.
I'll do whatever you want. Just make sure to let me go.
Because somewhere around here there is the bald man, the scarred man. Do not want to run it. Have you seen such a man?
He takes a moment to think, and he says, they haven't let me look around at all since I left. They leave me hanging here even when they're not torturing me. I did hear someone larger than usual moving through. Didn't sound like one of the people who were torturing me, but he wasn't. I couldn't tell what he was talking about.
Did he?
I can remove once over to see if he actually got any like cuts, bruises, signs of physical being tortured.
Yeah, make a medicine check. Yeah, you can see jabs in his side. You're not able to know too much about them on a 7, but you can see he's clearly been hurt in some way. He doesn't seem to be... he doesn't seem to be mortally wounded. He looks like he's only been here a couple of days at most.
Sylk will
So, what's the maximum number of cultists you would say are in this sewer?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe another dozen or so. I'm not sure.
Another dozen.
It's not good.
Sylk will stand up and put Hanlon on his shoulder and just say, "Why you? Why are you here?"
I don't know. I asked these questions myself. They just seem to...
Why are any of us here?
Random.
But why?
Real,
Most...
Yeah, real just sort of diverts into a
Yeah.
conversation.
Real... Just... Normally, cultists don't bring people down from above.
Oh, here specifically, right? I understand.
Here, I would expect
Why
that
did
they
bring
brought...
you here?
Thank you, Real. Thank you,
You're
Real.
the guy.
Thank you, Real.
I don't know. The clothing I've seen them wear, it seems ceremonial. Maybe it's some purpose with their foul religions. I've heard that they. Honestly though, it felt like they were just doing it for fun.
You said you heard something about them. What is it that you heard?
Oh well, you know the stories that they're mad cultists beset on the ruin of the whole city. I didn't think it much myself. I thought it was exaggerated, but well, here I am.
Alex, could I make
Yeah,
a religion
you
check
said
on
they
this
were
one
talking
about in
about-
Discord?
Oh yes, go for it.
Is there any chance you heard the heavy man walk to your right or away from you? Do you remember the direction that this heavy person went? We know that there are a few ways out of this room.
Oh, it was sometime. Maybe I was barely awake. It was a few hours ago before they started torturing me. He was going over, I think, and he points his finger that way. I don't know what way that is. You would know it to be to the.
Yeah.
And he says he was with a man that they I think, I'm not sure from their voices, quite a few of them, maybe 5 or 6. They seem to be having a disagreement of sorts. They were getting quite animated. Also, on that 18 religion check, Rill, you go over to the flail that you took from and the body of the necromancer that you fought, and you have a sort of flick through her book. There's nothing in the book about enchantments of the weapons. There's nothing that would cause the amount of specifically the necrotic.
My question was about Baal, not the weapon.
Yes, I know. So you would surmise on an 18 religion check that the power that she channeled through the mace was not coming from her. It was some kind of foul inversion of divine energy, meaning that whatever power she was using through that is to some extent still around. At least not as dead as the theologists of Candlekeeper might have you believe.
Oh, the theologists of Candlekeeper are all over the place on the subject of dead gods. Especially more of late. Hi.
But yeah. So yeah, you would surmise on 18 that Makul, at least, which is the one that Lennis the mage clearly worshipped, was indeed that his power was being channeled by her in the fight against you, because that there was no other explanation from the necrotic energy that was coming off the flail, which now seems just a mundane silvered flail.
It does, however, now confirm this isn't just a cult of Baal. It's a cult. It's a cult of 3. All of them, which means they definitely have divine power backing them up.
Can I look at this guy and just ascertain how rich his clothing is? How smart
He hasn't got any clothing on. He is wearing a tattered loincloth and nothing else.
Is it a well-made loincloth?
No, it appears to be from down here. It doesn't appear to be his loincloth.
Oh, it's not monogrammed or anything.
It's not monogrammed.
Alright.
You sort of, I like to imagine that you're just like going up and just sort of
Yeah.
inspecting and like looking at the embroidery as he's just sort of very uncomfortable. Excuse me, that can you? I'm wearing very little. In fact, does anyone have any clothing? It's a bit cold down here.
I don't wear much clothing myself, so I have a question for you. What were you wearing when they jumped you in the street?
I hope you're not going to suggest I was asking for it.
Maybe a little.
I was only wearing practical traveller's gear. I wasn't trying to. I mean, I was with my bodyguard at the time, but maybe that's what made them think I was important.
Just
Up
thinking.
to your bodyguard.
Sorry?
Up to your bodyguard.
Oh, well, I don't think he's down here with me. I'll just put it that way.
And if you're
Is it-
not important, why did you have a bodyguard in the first place?
Oh, well, I've been assigned one since my family was granted the minor rights of overseeing a portion of the security at the High Hall since the Flaming Fist was so distracted.
I was just wondering, this coin is to do with Mammon, yes? And
What, that coin? And he sort of looks at it, he seems confused, he doesn't seem to understand what it is.
just sort of saying this to the group as well. I am wondering if these people are also after money. Maybe they do go after people who they think have money, but this, Lucian is not, does not look like, sorry, but you don't look like you have money.
I was just going to say that. I don't. They probably jump people at random. Careless
What-
people.
What were you doing at the time of your jumping?
Just
I
walk-
was just travelling through the lower
No,
city.
no. Not asking you. I'm asking Lucian.
Just walking down a, more deserted street, I guess. Maybe that's why they saw the opportunity.
You have a
I knew-
bodyguard?
Lucian just laughs at that. Do I look like I can afford a bodyguard?
I don't know.
So while they're
Okay.
talking about this, Yerk has walked over to this cultist over here and has just like pried them out of their bloody clothes, given them a little rinse in the water and chucked them at Klim here.
Also, Lucian, you may not want to tell the rest of the party this, but I will DM you some information that you would have heard the cultists say right before they went for you.
Okay.
Is it
His
worth?
family has connections to protecting the High Hall.
Yes.
And Yerk, didn't you say that there was an incident there?
At High Hall, not that I know of. There was an incident in the whole of Elturel.
No.
Oh, the High Hall
The assassination attempt during
in
your
Baldur's Gate.
conference thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is correct.
I am right in thinking that's the High Hall, aren't I, Alex?
Uh-huh. Correct.
There we go. That's why they have him here.
Yes,
Blackmail.
it was Duke Bellin.
So did you have anything to do with that? An assassination attempt? I look at the guy.
What? No, what there, an assassinate was? No,
Yeah. Insight check.
roll insight. Real, you'd be able to tell that he does seem to be genuinely confused at the suggestion of an assassination attempt. He doesn't seem to have any knowledge of it.
I'm going to smile a big rubbery smile and go, no, he didn't. His family did. That's why the cultists have him. They bring him here and then they tell the family, we have your son. Do what we say.
Could be right. Maybe you will come with us, and we will take you back to your family, and then we will have a nice cup
Long
of tea.
chat with them.
Yeah, maybe.
Or you could take your chances with the rest of the cultists left in the sewer.
No. Honest, if there's people in my family, I know my siblings. They're untrustworthy sorts. You must talk to them. I'm sure if you were able to imprison them, I would be able to, or something. I would be able to take good care of our family's estate.
See, you are an opportunist. So, tell me this: which one is the most likely to dabble in the, shall we say, the realms below?
The realms. I don't know what you're insinuating, but
When
mean-
we are surrounded by cultists, what do you think I mean? Demons, devils.
I don't know. I mean, my brother and my two sisters, they've always been a little treacherous, but I they're just grasping sorts. They're not. I don't think they're demonic in any way. Maybe. Well, he sort of, as he sort of sums to think about it, he suddenly sort of starts thinking to a moment, like almost exaggeratedly, like stroking his beard as he goes, "Oh, now that you mention it, I mean, my sisters, well, they all sometimes did stay up late at night. That's very suspicious, and one of them is never married, so you never know. Maybe she's a witch or something. Either way, you best take them send them over to the Flaming Fist, and then my family, my father would be able to ensure that the inheritance, passes into more reliable hands."
Your prejudices are out of date, my friend. Modern studies have shown that most witches are happily married.
He looks very confused for a second. He's like, "Oh, of course. Well, my other sister is married, you see, so maybe she's the witch."
I think
Could be.
our conversation is maybe at an end with this man. As fascinating as you are, just a little question: do you think we should dress up as these cultists, give ourselves a little bit of a chance?
Well, considering their clothes are bloodied and torn, it may not give us the best disguise.
They might have won the fight, huh?
How distinctive are the robes?
Very distinctive. They are sort of grey, long, shadowy robes. The most distinctive might be actually the armor that is being worn by the cultists of Bane. Their large bucket helms, in particular, being very distinctive, and their chainmail as well, being quite difficult to miss.
Bucket helms completely cover the face.
Yes, I think.
Just eye slits. So there's a potential disguise.
I do not think that is a disguise I can take part in.
Me neither. I don't want any of these cultists' clothes on me.
Oh, I think it's a very good idea, especially if we happen to stumble across another of their nests. But I don't think that being that blessed me would approve.
I've put in Discord, by the way, what the helmets look like, if anyone is interested. So
There's no way I'd get one.
Yeah, you
I
would.
must.
You wouldn't fit in that very easily there, Dolan.
Okay, it looks like it's just me and or maybe Sylk, and there needs to be more of us, so it's okay. We are just ourselves.
No, we should take some as disguises anyway, because I think that is a good idea.
Okay.
Also, I want to take one of the skull masks that they were wearing.
The skull masks. Who was wearing the skull mask, sorry?
I know there was a giant one attached to the wall, but weren't some of the cultists wearing skull masks?
I believe they were not. I think the ones over here, they had skull flails. I don't think they had skull masks. There was a skull mask, I believe, on one of the engravings, but not on any of the people you were fighting.
Okay.
Now I remember there being when I was a rat. A very interesting experience, by the way. I can definitely suggest anyone try that. But I smelled some books. You remember we came past some books?
Yes, the books. I haven't forgotten.
No, I did not.
Sylk promised we could go back for them.
So my question is: do we go on, or do we go back?
I think we go on.
We
Okay.
definitely must go on. There are
Well,
others.
before we go on, let me
Yeah.
check this sanctum from which that magic woman came.
Yes, let us search this place thoroughly before we go anywhere.
Let us stick together, right? I don't like the way they came from everywhere last time.
So, where would you guys like to explore first? So there's several places you haven't explored thoroughly yet. There's the room with the altar and the candles with the strange writing on the wall. There's the room where the mage came from. There is the room and there's also the passageway back through, up through here and over here. And then to the south, this is the one with the engraving of a cloaked figure holding a skull. That's the passageway that smelled like books. Lucian wouldn't have much knowledge of this area. Most of your knowledge of this area of this place would come from the places that are a little bit later on.
Yeah, I'd like to head east as well with Dolan if you're heading over there.
I wanted to head over to the altar room.
Sylk's been standing at this corner where the heavy guy had headed. The idea to him that they would collapse a roof in a part seems to be important to him, so he's just checking out if anything's happening in these areas.
So while I put my arm around the prisoner, and just gently I say, "Yes, come with us."
Okay, he reluctantly follows.
Okay, good.
Dolan, so you're investigating this room.
Sorry.
That's fine, don't worry about it. So this dry, partially collapsed room contains a stone altar with humanoid skulls and bones piled around it. The top of the altar is currently covered with dozens of half-melted candles made of black wax, all unlit, bar one, which lies stuck to the floor in front of you. You can also see that this candle is shedding a dim green light, which is barely illuminating some writing on the wall, although it is difficult to read with only one candle lit.
Before we start exploring, could I take 10 minutes out to cast a ritual cast for Detect Magic?
Oh yes,
Ooh,
very
sure.
good.
Where would you like to cast that? So you're casting it on yourself, and then I say you can ritual cast that like as we're getting to the tail end of your short rest. So we'll just say that you have magic vision for now.
Was it 10 minutes lasting as well?
Yeah, it's up for the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
So I recommend that we do a quick scout through all of the rooms, see if we can spot anything magical, and then we start studying them in more detail.
Yes, very good idea.
Okay. So you have a look around in this room, Rill, with your detect magic vision. As you're in your blue skull, your eyes suddenly begin to glow, and you begin sort of gazing about, blinking, but you sense no magic in the sort of strange greyish vision that you've now possessed, where their magic is different schools of magic are highlighted in different colours. Actually, you do, as you glance about over here, you do detect transmutation magic coming from the gauntlets of the armor.
Did you say that was the armor?
Yes, the armor is in the alcove there.
I have transmutation magic here. Just the gauntlet, though.
No way of knowing what it does.
Not exactly. It would take more study for me to figure that out, or more time. But gauntlet is definitely magical. It's transmutation magic, so maybe. Oh, I don't know. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
If you want, I'll let you roll an Arcana check to have a more thorough investigation of these gauntlets.
As of both of the gauntlets that are magical.
Yes. Well, they are. You don't know if they're magical. You know that they have been touched by. Well, they seem to be magical in their creation, and there is magic affecting them. You don't know if they would be magical as in their form is magical, or magical as in they have been altered by magic somehow.
And with a double natural one on Arcana, I really have no idea.
On a double natural one, in fact, you would basically think, I would say, that these gauntlets have been enchanted in some way, probably to make them quite valuable. But you have no idea. That's just you just have a hunch that these gauntlets are going to be they're going to be quite useful.
So you tell the rest of us this?
I'm not entirely sure, but I think they could be handy.
I shall have a look.
Gauntlets, handy.
Yes, very good pun. I like a good pun.
So I walk over and take one of the gauntlets off the suit of armor.
Okay.
Stand back 10 feet.
If you take them both and put them in a pack, I
Maybe
can study them
50.
more leisure later and find out exactly what they are.
They appear to be welded onto the armor, and as you go to grab them, they immediately fly up, and the arm of the armor flies up and tries to whack you in the face. They're going to make attack rolls against you.
Oh.
As both of them are going to try and hit you. However, you do notice that they do seem to be secured to the armor by means of small locks. These will be with advantage because you are not expecting it. That's a 16 to hit.
No. Oh wait, sorry, yep, that does hit. 16.
And a 9 to hit. So you take 3 points of bludgeoning damage as one of them just slams up in your face, and you duck out the way of the other one.
Oh.
They seem to be animated, and they sort of rattle around, the arms of the armor moving, but they are held in place and unable to move. However, they are flailing about wildly in this 5-foot radius.
So what I find right now is that I really enjoy the story element. I enjoy what the group is doing, what the party is doing. but none of this is what my character's interested in. None of it. So I'm just sitting here and just relaxing. There is part of me that is wondering, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Because I'm not in the game. I'm just listening to the game. But I think that's part of. I think that's part of D&D generally, is that you have to be in the game, be part of the story. And how does a DM include everyone when it's not their part of the story, when it's not their thing that they're enjoying? How do they ensure that that's there? So at the moment, Rill is very much driving the game. Rill is very much driving because he's the inquisitive mind, and this is an inquisitive part of the story. But Sylk is not massively inquisitive. Sylk is defensive. Sylk is worried about what's happening. This is not his part of the world that he's going from. So I'm not that worried. I'm just watching, protecting, readying an action in case something comes. So I'm feeling out of the game, but I'm feeling in the game. It's an interesting element. How would you do it if you're a DM? Could you do something as a DM to ensure that everyone feels part of it? But generally, all right. Anyway, get back to it.
Indeed, a necromancer. However, the spell was interrupted. The incantations that actually bound a spirit into the corpse were not completed, merely the incantations that prepared the corpse to be reanimated. Meaning it is harmless.
In that case, with initial warnings saying, stay away from this bit, there's necromantic magic here, I'll go into a long detailed lecture about what's been done here, and then end up with, oh, now it's harmless.
Yeah, so you guys sort of ready your weapons and look, judging at this corpse and saying necromancy, and it's like, and it's fine.
Is there anything behind the altar at all?
Which altar would that be? So in here there's a table.
It's not an altar, it's a table. Okay, is there anything around the table or under it, or any instruments?
There doesn't seem to be. Everything she was using to cast the spell she would have had on her. You can see that sprinkled on the corpse are little, on top of each eye is like a little sprinkling of bone dust.
Do I know anything about that? Religion or anything?
You might know, but Rill would probably tell you that that would be one of the material components used in the casting of Animate Dead.
Barbaric practices.
Yes, you could learn some wonderful things from speaking to the dead, but animating it is, no, that's just distasteful. Not to mention disrespectful.
Okay, where is the party exploring next? Also, I know that Clem should be coming with you, by the way.
Yeah, don't worry.
During Rill's lecture on bringing back the dead, I've headed back over to the altar room that I was in before, and I'm going to take one of my candles that I've got in my pack and light it, rather than lighting one of the ones that's on the table, and see if I can see more of the writing that's on the wall.
The light from your candle, although you press it up to the writing, it remains as faint as ever. The only thing that seems to be helping you read the light as you strain and try and read it, to read the words, which you can just about make out. I'll let you make an investigation check to try and make out the words. But the only thing that seems to be helping you is the light from one of the black candles, which now stands just before the altar, just placed onto the floor. On a natural 1... Hang on. Let me just do something real quick.
Do I think it says your mummy's well fit?
Time for saving throws.
Just one. I didn't know where everyone was. I lost the map completely.
Need some
Does
dark
anyone-
vision.
Everyone see where they are? Oh yeah, you just wouldn't be able to see in the dark.
Sylk is still back in the old room, just keeping an eye out for that direction that the heavy guy apparently went in. Just paying attention.
All right.
Right. You read Rice Andy Beyond,
Andy, as in the person.
as in the person. Rice Andy Beyond.
And this is where Dolan is, right?
I'm going
Yeah.
to shout Rill over and get him to ask him to check out the candles.
You become worried that there is a Rice Andy somewhere who might be beyond, potentially threatening you.
I believe this is a door here.
That is a door, yes. It does not appear to be locked. It is rotten and wooden, easily enough to open. Roll a perception check, Brill. You can hear a faint squeaking and a gnawing sound coming beyond.
Does
I
he
think
tell
this
us
room-
that?
I think this room has rats.
Okay. Can I go up to the door and have a little chat?
Yeah.
So I just talk through the door and communicate with the rats and say, "Yeah, my fellows, how goes it in there? Are you on your own?"
Oh, food. You see a squeaking, scratching inquisitive on the door. It sounds like, is there, are you a rat?
Of course I'm a rat. Sometimes I'm a rat. Sometimes I'm a person.
Oh, do you have food?
Of course we got food. So much food.
Wait. I smell someone. I remember. Can I say hello?
Yes, of course. You want to come through the door? Is there anyone big and frightening and scary in there?
No, it's just me.
And okay.
Rat
Hello.
squeezes through the door next to you, comes up to you, Lucian, and says, "You've been here before. You smell familiar."
Oh, so Lucian, this rat knows you. How do you know this rat?
You wouldn't know this rat in particular, but you've
I
seen
don't
multiple
know.
rats sniffing about.
I don't talk to the rats. I don't know how he knows me.
Can you not recognize him? Look how distinctive he is. He's such a distinguished fellow. I give him a wink.
Are you saying that in rat, or are you saying that in common? Because if you do it in common, then the rat won't hear you. If you do it in rat, then Lucian won't hear you.
Do it kind of United Nations style. I'll do it in one and then the other.
Oh, thank you. Do you have food, please?
So I'll give him a bit of the pastry that was spat on by what was his name? Was his name Andy? The
Andrea.
barkeeper? Yeah.
Oh, Alan.
Alan. Yes, have some of Alan's pastries.
Oh,
It has-
thank you.
It has special glazing.
Nice and moist. Thank you.
Yerk just kind of looks at the conversation and goes, "Are you talking to a rat?"
Of course I am. They are such good conversationalists. They know so much.
The rat knows me.
Yes. How do you know this man? When did you see him and where? Maybe.
Oh, he's the small scared person who was a big scary person for a bit and then ran away and then caused a big collapse. And now I've got to go. If I want to go to the surface, I've got to go a really long way that I don't like.
What do you mean he was? He caused a collapse. Yes, I think he
Well-
said that.
Well, I didn't. I was running away because it was quite scary, but there was this big roar and then this huge crashing sound. So he must be quite strong. He doesn't look strong though.
No, he is not that strong. Tell me, have you seen a scarred man around here?
Oh, yeah. No, there is. He's the angry one. He gets in lots of fights. I think he's in a fight right now.
He's in a fight. Great. Can you tell us where he is? Maybe in this place.
Oh, I know. I don't know where he is. I just hear it. I just heard it, so I ran away.
Okay. Where did you run away from? Which bit? Maybe.
Oh, the bit over to the east. I mean, they went to one of the secret bits I don't know about.
Okay.
I'm very
This.
good at finding stuff, but I don't know. I don't know about that bit.
Okay. So I'll convey this to everyone else that the scarred man is further over to the east. There seems to be a secret part where they are, and he's having a fight right now.
Now might be our best chance to be able to capture him.
You might be right. I give the rat all of my pastry, and I say, you are the best rat I have ever met.
Oh, thank you.
Can your rat friend tell us if there are any other spots in the sewers where people like this congregate? And I'll kick one of the armored guys.
Okay, I'll just ask him that.
I don't know. I hang around here mainly. I don't talk to the other rats much.
He's a bit of a solitary rat. I mean, you know, if you've got these good looks, everyone's gonna hit on you if you're a rat. So I think he stays on his own. He's like a bachelor rat.
You should watch out for this guy. The rat says, sort of looking to Lucian. He seems good in a scary way.
He said he got big at some point. How did he get big?
Well, I don't know. He just started. I was running away because it was scary, and then he just was. I heard big crashing noises and roars and stuff. It was not nice.
I'm gonna keep that information to myself.
Hey, Mono,
Yes,
what's down that corridor the rat came from?
I'll convey. I've only got one job. I'm conveying.
The rat will say, "Oh, I don't really know. I ran down here. It's a bit wet, so I didn't do much swimming." Lucian, actually, you would, you might have roll a quick history. Roll a quick perception check. Actually, this is like a retrospective perception check to see if you picked up on this while you were imprisoned. You wouldn't have heard the cultists talking about this area during your period of imprisonment. You heard them saying basically not to go in here. It's not worth it. It's an old part of the crypt, and there's a warning about a trap, but you didn't hear what it was.
I would tell this to the guys. I think I overheard the cultists talking about a trap in here, and that this place is dangerous and not worth exploring.
Wait, doesn't trap normally mean treasure? Rill.
Let's pan over to Rill actually quickly, because you're currently in the room of the altar trying to figure out what Rice Andy Beyond means. You're trying to figure out who this Rice Andy might be. Rill,
Yes.
do you want to make an investigation check to try and read the writing?
Okay, can I get Dolan to stick around and help me?
Sure. Dolan, you helping? Dolan?
Yeah, I'm helping.
Cool, fantastic. Roll with advantage then. Ooh, on an 18. You see, it doesn't in fact say Rice Andy Beyond. It says Rise and Be Counted.
You are close. Rise and be counted.
Okay, as you say that, Rill, there's a crackling sound as bones hidden under the rocks to the north begin to knit together. They rise up to face you, and that is the source. You actually look round and you detect necromantic energy and magic flying over there as they rise up, weapons in hand.
As I say, can I take a step back while they're doing this?
Yes. And then they sort of just stand there. They just sort of swaying slightly from side to side, clutching their weapons. They're just looking directly towards you. Their dead, empty eyes as the skulls held in place by knotted bones, held together by thin tendons and thin, glistening strands of black necromantic energy hold them up. They just gaze with empty eyes and slack jaws towards you, Rill. They don't see...
Quick restart.
Guys, brothers, trouble. And I'm going to sort of move forward to sort of shield Rill.
Okay.
So we all hear that, do we?
Yeah, you would.
So I'll move up there.
Oh, I think I've had some Roll20 issues here.
Yeah.
Same
it's-
here.
Yeah.
Oh
Same
yeah,
here.
we might need. I'm here with Sylk and Lucian, so everyone who's not. If you see only your own name, you might need to refresh. I'll refresh. I won't refresh because people are joining now.
I'm here with Sylk and Lucian as well, and I've just refreshed.
We don't actually
Okay, fantastic.
don't actually see you, Alex.
No, I
Yeah,
don't either.
I see Lucian and Real, but not you. So maybe you have to
Ah.
Okay, I'll
reset
refresh
as
them.
well.
You can't see me either.
Now,
Yerk's
Okay.
just jumped
Yerk's
in.
just turned.
Oh,
There's Alex.
Alex is in.
There's Dolan. There's Mono. That's all of us.
That's all of us.
Yeah. Dolan, you step forward towards the skeletons, ready for them to make any reaction towards your approach, but they do not at all, not even seeming to defend themselves, really. They are just gazing towards Rill, almost
Really?
expectantly.
You're making friends again.
Tell them to take a step forward. Command them.
No. They need to be counted. So, I'm going to point at this one first, then the middle one, then this one. You shall be 1, you shall be 2, you shall be 3. 2, step forward.
Okay. Steps forward.
They understand.
This is wrong.
This is wrong, yes. This is very wrong.
This is great. I love it.
Is there anything else in the room that's giving off an aura of magic?
So the writing on the wall gives off an aura of very simple and straightforward transmutation magic. The altar is giving off a basically slight evocation magic, but only barely. Only like the evocation magic you detect from something like a light spell. It seems to be that the candles maybe have some kind of enchantment on them to change the light and make them interact with the light writing on the wall.
I hate to say this, but I hate these abominations. But if we're about to get into a fight with the leader of the cultists, and these things are following Rill's commands, it might be useful in a fight. Use their own magic against them.
Absolutely.
I'm
Dangerous.
not too happy about this.
You see that they have,
Dangerous.
short swords, and they also have short bows. Okay. Yeah, you Sylk, you would have just heard this discussion, and then Rill telling things to step forward, and then strange clattering, clanking noises.
Real,
Yes.
once you've done playing with your pets, we have a possible trap for you to investigate.
Oh, okay.
Just a question. If we want to go east now, this man is in a fight, and we have our little helpers here. Maybe we should proceed east from here.
I agree.
If we get involved in a trap, one of us gets hurt. Not so good.
But are we sure if we want to take them? And the Lucian points at the skeletons.
Alex.
Mhm.
With my detect magic up, can I determine? I can determine which school of magic it is, but can I determine source? So, is it arcane or is it divine?
This appears to be arcane rather than divine magic.
This is arcane magic, which means it probably is not connected to one of the 3. But do we really want to risk it? Because it's entirely possible that the Scarred Man is a necromancer, and he will be able to turn them against us.
I think we use everything we can. I like your friends. They are good conversationalists, like rats.
don't think they'd pose much of a threat to us anyway, even if he did turn them round. We'll soon dispatch him.
Mhm. I would not like to fight alongside these skeletons.
Well,
No, I will admit they also creep me out. Sleep, die, be gone. You are not needed anymore.
As you say, they do. So they do. First off, when you say sleep, they lie down, as if prone in a sort of strange mockery of sleep. As you say, die, they just stay there. They don't do anything. They clearly your command's not having much effect on them. As you say, begone. They orderly begin filing out and start walking towards you, Sylk. Are you gonna shoot them?
What?
As soon
What? Stop!
As you shout stop, they just stop.
All right. I would have fired if I saw something because I was just
Yeah.
I'm on edge. I'm mainly looking in these two other directions because that's where I assume things, because that's where I heard that the guy was from. So I'm looking more here, but if a skeleton comes around the corner, I'm going to shoot.
Rill just shouts out stop in time before he steps around the corner. As you sort of ready your bow, as you see, you hear clanking warriors just behind the door, the entrance over here, start to set out and then stop suddenly as Rill calls out to say stop.
Come back!
They all orderly walk back to their previous positions.
If we're about to rush into this fight, I don't think it's a good idea to bring our guest here, pointing over at the chap we rescued from the prison cell. Maybe these skeleton helpers of yours can escort him to the exits while we go after the bald man.
He sort of comes around, looks at these skeletons, and says, "Oh no, I don't need escorting. I'm fine on my own. You can leave these here. I'm good."
No, you need escorting, but you're not getting an escort from these. I don't trust them. Sit down, stay here, don't move.
Okay. They sit down, they stay there, and they don't move. They're all now sat cross-legged on the floor.
Do not listen to any commands that come from anyone other than me.
Okay. They sort of, they don't give any sound of acknowledgement.
I'll shrug at the rest of them. Go. I don't know what else to do.
We could crush them.
Maybe the magic would just wear off.
Step forwards, drawing his greatsword.
I'm just going to say, hang on. Look, we nearly got crispy fried by the woman blowing herself up. We are going against something we have no idea how powerful they are. Why don't we just bring them as backup? We don't have to bring them into the fight exactly, but they have bows. If we're in real trouble, we call them in.
Agree.
I'll say it again. I don't trust these bony warriors fighting by my side.
No, me neither, especially when we're going up against necromancers.
I don't trust being killed by someone with a big fiery conflagration either. I just think we are rather underpowered down here. Much as
Maybe it could be wise to take what we've got here and whatever we find here, and retreat.
But if this big man is in a fight, he's likely weakened. We should be able to take him.
We leave, then once they find the bodies of their comrades, they're going to block up that entrance, and we're never getting back down here again.
Exactly. This is our chance.
Once we leave, they will not want to come back here. They have no reason to come back here.
Then we don't want to know where they are.
We'll have lost the trail. It'll have gone cold.
Yes, we need to chase the trail while it is still hot. Yet using these skeletons is not right.
We have several leads.
Rill, you're in command of these skeletons. If you don't want to bring them, don't bring them. But we need to go now.
I'm not bringing them, but let's go.
Okay.
We're still coming back for the books.
And don't forget that trapped tomb.
Hey,
Oh,
Lucian.
you said there was a trap. You never mentioned the tomb. Wonder who it is.
Interested.
Lucian, what's taking so long?
It's what taking so long?
Looking around the room, what's the best way of disrupting what they've got going on here? Would it be destroying the altar, nicking the candles, rubbing the writing off the wall if that's even possible?
The writing just appears to be the magic you're detecting of it just appears to be that it is some kind of passphrase or emergency phrase. The altar, if you wanted to disrupt what they're going on, probably the best bet for you would be to destroy the altar or to remove the candles from the altar, which seems to be in some way related to the skeletons and Merkul in general.
Sylk is now getting very bored by just waiting around, so he's going to just move forward a little bit and have a look around.
Yeah, you see that this chamber no longer smells as terribly as it did before.
Alright, blowing out the lit candle, quickly gathering all the candles up and shoving them into my bag.
Wait. If you disrupt this spell, maybe we do lose control over your friends, and then we have to fight them as well as the bald man.
Possible, but if it's a necromancy spell, it's more likely that they'll collapse and die again.
Hope so.
But I'm not too bothered about what happens with them. I'm more interested in disrupting it so it can't happen again. So with that in mind, can anyone destroy this altar? I don't think I'll be strong enough.
We want to destroy this altar, do we? So great sword, still drawn from about to crush these skeletons, but being told not to.
Make a stealth check, by the way, Sylk, as you sort of get bored and sneak ahead of the party. Oh yeah, you are expertly pacing through the water, barely making a ripple with Hanlon on your shoulders. He doesn't like the water.
No, he's on my shoulders for sure. Yep, totally on my shoulders the entire time.
Okay.
Sorry.
You overturn, with a surprising show of strength, you overturn the altar, if that's your intention. Flipping it and crashing the lid.
Actually, it was a total misclick. I was just trying to click on my character sheet because it's got a popped out window.
I think that actually works though, because I imagine like real just like you're giving it a poke, but you accidentally push it a lot harder than you anticipated, and you just like smash the whole top of the altar and send it flying, and just go, oh, didn't mean to do that.
Oops. Then just smile.
Well, that's taken care of.
Sylk, as you approach down that corridor, you see a number of entrances over to your right. 3 of them, in fact, built into little alcoves in the wall. You don't hear anything down here. Yes. Yes, Sean, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll sort that out for you if you need the stat blocks for that.
So I'll pull it up.
I'll get it ready. But yeah, Sylk, make a perception check. On a 17, you can hear faint 2 things. You can hear faint groaning coming from here. You can also hear...
Sorry, I didn't see where you said...
It's harder to discern, but there also seems to be very faint breathing and like slight rattling of chains coming from the east. So moaning coming from the southeast, and then from the east, slight movement of chains and breathing.
Okay. I will try, because I'm still not perfect at it, but I'm going to try to send Hanlon running along the driest edge of the wall to see if he can get the attention of others to come back here. I don't know whether he will listen to me or not.
Okay. So he runs across here.
No, I meant send him. I meant.
Hanlon.
I'm actually meant to try to send him back to get the rest of the party.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I wanted to
Yeah.
just send him to see if he can get some others to come this way. I don't know whether they saw me head this way. If he wants,
Hanlon
doesn't want to go with the water.
traipsing through the
Okay,
water.
then I would
I
just.
think you come down this way. I think Lucian would have seen you.
Lucian might have seen me go that way. Yes.
Yeah.
As
So, yeah.
the rest of the party approaches, Lucian would sort of signal that
I'm.
Sylk went this way.
Sylk will get his bow out and just stand on the edge down here, just waiting for the rest to come around with Hanlon on his shoulder. And then just point when he sees Lucian come around the corner and just go sort of noise this way, ears, direction.
Lucian, this bit does appear to start looking a little bit familiar, actually. You know that you were actually taken down this corridor. This is the point. These steps over here were where the sack over your head was first taken off when you were thrown into the holding cell at the end. You remember walking down here, and the cultists who were dragging you made very clear to take a wide berth around the third door on the right.
We came this way when I was brought here. They avoided the third door on the right.
You remember them muttering something under their breath.
I see a bunch of doors and hear a bunch of sounds. I hear yeah. I would suggest we take it quite slowly, quietly.
Can I ask the rat to come along with us?
Yeah, he'll come with you.
I
Okay.
will make sure Hanlon's still up on my shoulder.
So I'm gonna ask the rat. Hey, my friend. Who is behind that door?
What door?
This one. I point to the third.
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah, watch out for that one. It's full of smelly people. I don't like them.
Many people. Are these prisoners? Do you know, or just really smelly people? They are dangerous, violent. How are they?
I don't know. I've never went in. They just smell bad.
Oh,
Lucian, you remember walking past and hearing sort of inhuman groaning, and in fact, you sort of remember. And in fact, while you were held in your holding cell, you actually heard that groaning carry on through the night, seemingly ceaselessly.
Do they smell dead, my friend? Are they alive or dead?
The rat doesn't know, but I'll let Lucian make a medicine check to try and see if you can tell the difference from what you remember of the smell and the sounds.
Okay.
You don't know either.
Nope. They were very loud, whatever they are. Whoever they are.
What are you doing with Klim, by the way? Is he coming with you, or are you leaving him with the skeletons?
No, he's coming with us.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want, give me control of his token.
I shall, and I'll also give I'll give the rat to Is there a way I can give you control of the token without giving you control of the stat block? I don't believe so, right?
No, I don't think so. But don't worry, I'll just stay out of the stat block if you don't want me in there.
That's okay.
I'll be honest, I hadn't even considered checking the stat block until you mentioned it.
And yeah, I'll give Mono. You can control where the rat goes. Okay.
So I'll just talk to him again and say, "Hey, can you smell the scarred man from here, the big man?"
No.
Okay. Can you tell me when he turns up, huh?
Okay. Sure. You gave me food.
Yeah, I've got more.
Oh.
Let's Let's move quietly. I think there are more prisoners ahead. I want to free them as quickly as possible.
I think we need one of the big guys ahead. I feel a little exposed after the last fight.
Set point.
Sylk is just standing in the corner, just with a bow up, just ready, but he's not going forward.
Yerk's just like trailing behind, trying to be as quiet as possible after his blunder, which led them to being ambushed.
I was just going to say I can cast Pass Without a Trace, but I don't have it another time.
Can I see anything in this little sort of divot that's to my right?
Nope. There doesn't appear to be. There just seems to be an alcove that is just a half chiseled rocky alcove, as if they were making an expansion there and then gave up halfway through.
Move forward to one and then look in the alcove to my left first.
Hey, Yerk, come here.
Yes.
Come in there.
Just and I'll put my hand on your shoulder and just say, don't worry about past problems. Just, you're stronger than all of us. Just, you go forward. I've got your back.
Are you sure? I'm very
You'll be fine.
unnimble with my feet.
You'll be fine. And I'll rub your hair and go, you'll be fine, and then send you on your way.
Very well. As I move ahead to join Dolan and Lucian.
Is there anything in that alcove on the left, Alex?
Nope. Similar to the one on the right. However, you can see a door to your south.
Okay. I'm going to sort of point out to you there's a door, but I'm going to sort of say to you, sort of position yourself next to the door in case anything comes out, and then I'm going to move up to the next junction.
So I like kind of like nod my head, still trying to be quiet.
Just going to ask my friend, very quiet, is there anything behind this door?
Who are you asking?
Is it a rat to have a little sniff?
No, I don't know. I've never been in there.
Okay.
Can I like press my ear against the door and try and listen for any noises?
Yeah, sure. Make a perception check. Oh, on a natural 1, you lean your head against the door and you swear you hear a low growl.
Something growling in there.
It sounds like they're having Mardi Gras.
Maybe we
Head
should.
up to the door to the north and do the same, sort of try and listen through it.
Make a perception check. Can't hear anything.
Wow.
Sort of whisper to Lucian, I think this room's empty, and then I'm going to head to the door to the south and try the same.
Sure, make another perception check.
Jesus.
Again, can't hear anything.
Holy moly. 3 threes.
That is...
Actually, it's 4
Wow.
threes. 'Cause,
Yeah, it was.
which one was the one with the moaning and the all-night party going on?
Third one on the right.
I say this one. We don't want to go in.
Noted. And then going to go to the door in the far east and again try and listen for something. Not that it's been working.
Make a perception check. Come on, above a 3, we can do it.
Oh,
That is
That's absolute jokes.
that is Can we all?
I like my headcanon for this is that Dolan's ears are still just ringing from the fireball. He's just like, and just like you've got tinnitus now, you can't hear anything.
Any chance we can all reset Roll20? Like just start it up. Did you guys not pay your subscription for Roll20? This is what happens. Come on. No.
I'm going to have a listen at this door. I know it's been said that there's nothing coming from it, but people are blocking the way, so I've got to do something.
Okay,
I'll,
sure.
I'll have a listen at the south
Don't
one.
you dare roll a 3. There we go.
I have paid up my subscription.
Yeah, nice work.
You hear a very slight echoing of dripping water, but it sounds like it's a very small enclosed space with not much in it.
And I'll have a listen at the south one as well.
I'll creak the door
perception.
open and have a peek around.
Sure. You see a collapsed alcove, of which only a few scattered stones remain. Oh, and a 20.
So do it.
You hear a relatively large, echoey space. You can also hear another faint dripping sound, although this one sounds a little bit more viscous than water.
So I'll just tell the others that there's something dripping in here, but it's not water. I'm worried about fiery things like oil or something like.
You can
Well,
also,
I mean, not being funny, we're in a sewer.
you can also smell. You can also smell a faint salty smell.
Okay, salty smell. Why would there be salt down here? Unless it's river, seawater. I'm just gonna have a little. No, I'll wait. Do we want to open this door?
It sounds empty, I would.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll back you up.
All right. I'll open the door as stealthily as I can.
Okay, roll a stealth check. 6. Okay.
Super stealthy.
You try and you sort of creak the door open as slowly as possible to stop it from creaking on its hinges. You think you're doing a great job as you push it, and then as you turn it all the way, you realise it doesn't have any hinges. Just the second you let it go, and it just slams down to the floor with a bump
It's,
as the door falls over.
I sort of make a stand of it with my fists on my 2 hips. I say, halt there.
You see this chamber, an open sarcophagus stands at the back of this dusty crypt. Heavy stone lid lying on its side between the sarcophagus and the south wall. The north-facing side of the sarcophagus bears fading frescoes of spear-wielding warriors charging across golden plains on horseback. You have a quick glance into the sarcophagus, but it appears to have nothing but dust and a few scattered humanoid bones.
Get in here. Can you still see things that are magic?
Probably been more than 10 minutes by now.
I don't think it has. I think it's only been about 5 minutes. You guys have been reasonably quick.
Right. And it's this one, isn't it?
Yeah.
In that case, before I go down, pushing what's his face towards those and saying, "Keep an eye on him,"
Okay.
and going in.
You can detect no magic obviously coming from, but as you have a look, you can detect a quite intense magical aura coming from somewhere seemingly just underneath the sarcophagus. It's quite a chaotic sense of magic you're getting here, and you get all the schools of magic. But if you look into the sarcophagus, this seems to be coming from just underneath the bottom of the sarcophagus.
And again, is it arcane or divine?
Arcane. Actually, sorry, no. This is more. I would say this is actually divine, but more along the lines of the kind of divine magic that powers Mono's magic, rather than the kind of divine magic that would power the cultist magic.
So divine magic, but pure rather than icky.
Yeah. Natural.
Okay, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check to see if there's any two things. If there's any traps around here, or also if this sarcophagus can be moved.
Okay.
I will help with that after telling them what it is, while also trying to have a look at the sarcophagus. To try and identify... excuse me. Sneezes. To try and identify either who it was or at least a religion they belong to or something like that.
Make a history check. On a 16, you would be able to tell that this was the crypt of a venerated warrior that for long precedes the cultists, you imagine, as it contains no iconography of any of the dead three. This might have been the one of the people originally buried down here when this was first excavated, and you imagine that the cultists have since moved in to this underground crypt, but that this was in essence one of its original, not so far much inhabitants, but the resting place of some kind of warrior who was seemingly quite wealthy and well regarded in his community.
In that case, I shall relay that, although apologize for not being able to provide specifics. Tell them about the magical aura coming from underneath it, as well as the chaotic nature of it, but also that it seems to be a pure divine rather than evil divine that the cultists would wield.
You also notice that the bottom of the sarcophagus, unlike the rest of it, seems to be the main of the sarcophagus, including the lid and the sides, are made of stone, but the bottom of it seems to be made of plaster.
So yeah, I'm gonna have a look around, see if it's movable, but also if there are any traps on it.
The plaster does not seem to be movable. However, it does seem to be quite weak and thin.
Okay, I'm gonna start chipping away with it at it.
Okay.
What do you think you're doing?
I am investigating.
So
You are desecrating the tomb of a known warrior.
There is powerful magic here, and it is natural.
as you chip through the plaster, you come face to face with what appears to be a mummy wrapped in bandages with gems where eyes once were. You stare at it in horror for a moment, but it stays inanimate. It does not move.
I say hello. What do we have here? So the gems look like what?
Moonstones.
Moonstones. Okay,
One
not
in
very,
each of its eye sockets.
not very valuable.
You can also see that there's that the magical aura that Rill is describing seems to be coming from its chest cavity. It's also floating in a shallow pool of red brine.
Right. Well, you don't see that every day. Red wine. What is going on here? I'm inclined to leave well enough alone. Would I get a sense that this is benign as well, or not?
I'll let you roll an Arcana or a Nature check to try and figure out if there is anything dangerous about this mummy. If it has been animated, or if it's you have no idea. You don't know if it's inanimate or if it's simply lying still, waiting for a moment to reach up and grab you.
Can you have a look at this thing?
Can I connect the moonstones to any kind of specific religion through funeral rites, things like that?
Make a religion check. You know that before Baldur's Gate was incorporated into a city, it was common for the people who lived around these parts of the Sword Coast to venerate Saloon, and it possibly is related to that.
That would make a lot of sense. So I'll explain that to the rest of the group.
And who is this saloon?
She's the moon goddess, I think.
Well, that makes sense. Moonstones. Uh, I don't think I want to get involved with a mummy.
Real, as you look down at this thing, yeah, it does seem like the chaotic magical energy that you're of a natural origin that you are looking at does appear to be coming from exactly within its chest cavity. In fact, just about where the heart would be.
Okay, I'm gonna risk it for a biscuit, and I'm gonna reach into see if I can get into the cavity there.
Okay, as you grasp, tearing part bandages to try and break away the bristle bones and flesh, peeling away like old dry fruit, you do throwing bits of the mummy aside over your shoulders. You sort of tear your way into this chest cavity. It does reveal a small bag, slightly sodden by the brine. But can you roll 3d4 for me, please, Mono?
Yep. I was just gonna do it one at a time. There you go.
Okay.
10. Oops, probably a bit too high.
You find. Let me see. You find a bag of beans.
Look.
With 10 beans inside.
God.
And you can look that up if you want to add that to your character sheet. It is in the compendium.
Hey, look, guys! I found some beans.
And was that worth desecrating that corpse?
I put it all back as carefully as I can, like each rib and everything else.
Okay, make a medicine check.
What are you doing to that corpse?
I am being very respectful.
You
Just sort of-
are just sort of haphazardly like piling bones, just like sticking ribs. Like you're
Yeah.
like you get the sternum and you just sort of jam it into the side, and you're just like very
Can I-
putting it in. And
Can
No,
Lucian-
no.
Can Lucian intervene, being a healer with some medical? No, stop! What are you doing?
Oh, okay.
the natural one, you like trying to help out, and you end up sort of arguing between you, pulling on like a different rib, and then you jam the rib up through the skull of this mummy, slicing it up through the damp underside of its jaw, and sticking it out through the top of its skull.
Say, yuck, look away.
Seeing this Yerk like just grabs forward, grabs both their shoulders, and just pulls them backwards.
Okay,
Well,
I think that was a good job. We did a good job there, Lucian.
I'm waiting until they've been
glad
pulled
I
out
did
the
not-
way, and then I'm kneeling down and going, right. Yeah, put them back together properly, and terribly sorry about that.
Yeah, you just about managed to roughly put everything back where it should be before you return. I mean, are you leaving the moonstones in the eyes of the mummy?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and then so you
Touching
put everything
those.
back where it should, and then you carefully slide the heavy stone lid of the sarcophagus back over if you would like to do so.
Yes. that's
Yes.
what-
Is it actually in the plaster bit that we took off? Was that actually in the bottom of the sarcophagus?
Yeah, so
Or
it's
was
like
it on the
it's
side
like
underneath?
It's a false bottom, basically.
Okay, yeah, that's fine then. In that case, put it on top, yes.
Okay.
If it was on the side, I was going to suggest that we just lean it up against the side so it's just covering the opening.
So yeah, while that's going on, by the way, Sylk, so you're all sort of just watching as they're fighting over trying to put everything back together as Lucian and Mono accidentally impale this mummy. You see that Hanlon is beginning to eye the rat hungrily.
Yeah,
The rat is beginning to look more and more nervous.
Hanlon's definitely up on my shoulder, but I am spending more time trying to stop him from going near the rat. But the token won't fit on my shoulder. But I'm also starting to get a sore neck from shaking my head at this point in time.
Make an animal handling check.
Yep. 1 second. We'll do
Oh, that is going to fail. Hanlon, as you sort of try and keep a hold of him, Hanlon is going to leap forward and then go in sort of not even out of hunger, but out of just general cat-like desire, is just going to go for the rat. Can you get Hanlon to make an attack roll for me, please?
Do I have any time to go? No, Hanlon, that is my friend.
You do have time to do that, but it's not going to work. Oh, actually, sorry, I need to roll initiative for both of them just to see who goes first. So the rat rolls a 6.
1 sec. Sorry. 40.
Oh, yeah. And a 10 will hit.
No.
And with a swift bat of the claws, Hanlon knocks the rat down. It appears to be... it slams into the side of the wall as it's battered around, claw marks on its side. It doesn't appear to be moving.
My friend.
Hanlon. Here.
Are you going to try and grapple Hanlon, or are you just...
I will try to grapple Hanlon.
Okay, make an athletics check. Hanlon will make an acrobatics. Okay, you easily manage to wrangle Hanlon. They go, no, and Mono, you'd be able to hear that as he is pulled up into Sylk's arms. The rat is going to make a death saving throw.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get as close to it as I can, and
Oh, as you do so, the rat just suddenly pops back up again.
oh,
Nice.
Mono, you hear him
natural
say,
20.
Close one.
Listen, my friend, get out of here. This cat is out of control. Just run.
He's not out of control. He's just been sitting up here on my shoulders for the last few minutes. He's antsy, and I just will feed him a little bit from the rations that I have available, and just try to calm him down.
Okay, so I'll
Make
talk to him. And...
Make another animal handling check real quick.
Yeah,
he is still very antsy, and
not
sensing
paying
this,
much attention.
the rat flees off into the darkness, unwilling to spend any more time in the company of that cat.
Say to Hanlon, now listen, Hanlon, I understand you are a cat, this is your nature, but sometimes I have friends and they come and they visit and they help us out. Maybe can you try not to eat them? Just sometimes.
I didn't want to eat him. I just wanted to kill him. It
Oh,
would have been fun.
I understand.
Now you've ruined my day.
Oh, hey, look, I will find you rats that are not my friends. I'm very good at this, and you will have a field day. Just occasionally, leave them to me.
Hanlon definitely chirps up at this. And becomes a little bit more manageable for you now, Sylk.
Yeah.
With the promise of future rats to kill.
Appreciated.
I'll go and plaster the side of my head to this door and see if I can hear anything beyond it.
Yes. Make a perception check. Oh, yeah, you definitely you smell the smell of rotting flesh, and you hear loud inhuman moans. As you put your ear to the door, suddenly there's a slam as a fist is knocked against it. However, the door does not open. It does not seem to be a direct, it seems to be sort of random.
Quietly say, more undead. Let's leave this one alone.
That leaves us with one door left then. Look, if you want to join me at the front.
Well, given the amount of noise we've been making, I'd like to check this door back here. Because if anything was going to attack us, surely it would have done it by now.
You remember, by the way, Lucian, this area over here, this is where you were kept.
We should check quickly inside here. That's where the prisoners are, if there are any alive yet.
So I'm going to open the door, and I'm not going to
Yeah.
do too much about being stealthy.
Yerk, I've got your back.
Okay, as I just swing open the door with no regard for noise at this point.
As you swing open the door, you see, Lucian, you recognize this. The walls and floors of this room are covered with streaks and splashes of dried blood. Two dangling bodies are shackled to the east and south walls. One is an elderly male human, the other a young female tiefling. Both are covered in bloody gashes and neither is moving. In the middle of the room is a sturdy wooden chair with a bloody whip draped over it. A bucket half filled with salt sits on the floor nearby.
I'm gonna inspect them, see if I can do anything to help them, or if it's too late.
We
Make
get
a
on
medicine check.
Yeah. Can I help him with that?
Yeah, sure. Roll with advantage. Oh, okay. On an 11, you'd be able to tell that this guy is definitely dead. The elderly human, young female teething to the south, does not appear to be dead. She appears to be unconscious though, and very badly injured. They're both also shackled to the walls by iron shackles.
Doran, can you get her down?
What was that?
She's
Sorry?
I'm gonna tell Dolan to get the tiefling down, and I'm gonna, if he can get her down, I'll use one charge of the healer's kit to restore her health.
Okay, so this is the guy who's dead, but yeah, you can use your healer's kit to restore her. She gasps as she opens her eyes as you take there seems to be salt rubbed into her wound. You brush the salt away and then bandage up her wounds as she slowly sort of blinks as you like gently dab a cold cloth over her forehead. You see that she's got like dark purple skin and small horns.
So I'm not sure whether the way the game, and this is interesting with the character type that I'm having. So they're having a chat at the moment with this lady. I'm not there, so I'm not needing to pay too much attention to it. I'm still trying to listen, but I've made it a bit quieter. I'm interested as to whether or not the character type and the personality type. I think this is really useful for me to deal with being frustrated by the pace and frustrated by the things. This is what I am always dealing with, and it's actually interesting as a character that is just chilling. It's not that checking, he's not that jumping forward. I would be there and checking what's going out in my head. That's what I want to do. So it's frustrating a bit for me, but the characters, I'm fine with how he's dealing with it. I'm fine with how I'm dealing with the character. He's a bit bored, he's a bit but he's also not pushing to check or whatever. This is the bit that for me is interesting with D&D. It's a slower pace than what I would like necessarily. I like a faster pace to it, but it's fun on the other side to hear the story and imagine being there and being in the situation. Anyway, it's sort of how I'm feeling right now. I'm interested in enjoying, but I'm also a little bit like feel out of the game. So it's been, say, an hour and 40 minutes, hour and 35, 40 minutes. And I feel like I'm reading a book which tires me at the end of a long day, which is cool in the fact that it's relaxing, it's not a lot of stress. On the other side, also want more. So I don't know. It's an interesting element to life. Anyway, let's get back to the game.
Lucian, did you ever work there or have anything to do at the High Hall?
No, I'm very new in Baldur's Gate. I'm not even sure what this High Hall is.
Can I just ask a question? Is she, because the other bloke we found was stripped naked, is she also in the same state?
She appears to have, she doesn't have, like, she has, like, ragged clothes on. She isn't, like, she hasn't got much in the way of clothing, but she's got enough to preserve her modesty.
I'm going to sort of reach into my pack and pull out my set of vestments that I've got, sort of I don't know what you call it, the gown, and sort of hand it to her.
Oh, I have to say, I've never worn anything like this before. He sort of slips into it and says, "Oh, but Thank you. Do you mind if I just leave, please? I can't bear to be in this place anymore.
Would you know your way out?
I think I don't know, actually. I might need your help. Can you tell me how you got in here?
Lucian would describe the way in, basically the path we took, and
Did you come through the the door just north of here, or did you come from the place over to the east? I mean,
we came from the west door.
right. Okay. It's just that sometimes I used to hear a heavy stone thing beyond the door to the north just open and close when people were coming through, so I thought maybe that was the way out. I was planning my escape through there, but I mean, I guess I don't need to now. Thank you. Can I need to go home. I need to go to my family.
What was the other bloke called that we rescued?
Yeah.
Clem Jasso.
Clem,
That's
do you want
it,
do you want to take our friend with you?
I'll call him sort of forward and.
No.
As she sort of goes forward, she looks at the other prisoner and says, "Wait, I know you. You're Mr. Jasso. I was working for you for a bit. Why are you here? Why?" And he sort of looks at her and says, "I don't know. Why are you?" Oh gosh. They both seem very confused to see the other there, but they seem to vaguely know each other. She remembers being employed by him.
So maybe we keep Jaso around.
Lucian would motion Clem to come into the room and have a look at the dead elderly man. Mr. Jasso, do you perhaps recognize this elderly gentleman? He was also tortured, but he didn't make it. Was he also working in the high hall?
He looks up and says, "Yes, he was an employee of mine. He went missing a few weeks ago."
What was he in charge of?
Oh, he was just coordinating caravans, but maybe if he talks, maybe that's why they went for me. I really have to get my employees better. I need employees who would not give up this kind of valuable information.
Tortured. They killed him.
Have we seen anywhere with bedding and the like?
With bedding, not yet, no.
I'm really seriously listening at that north door just in case that stone moves or anything like that she was talking about.
Sure, make a perception check.
Just don't surprised. Pig.
Ooh, on a 25, you can hear a couple of things. You can hear very, very faint shouting coming from the quite a way to the north. It seems very muffled and distant and echoey. You can also see slightly closer muffled sobbing coming from the northeast.
So I say there's crying and there's shouting. It sounds like the shouting is a little bit further away. This is the way to get to the scarred man.
Maybe we should hurry.
Maybe.
Clem, you should take Vendetta out of here. The two of you should go. We need to speak to you later. Where could we find you?
I mean, my family. I mean, up in the upper city, the Jassa house. He just go out and he gives you the location of his house.
I think we better let them go. We don't want them getting caught up in a fight.
Do you know a Captain Zodge, Flaming Fist?
I know of him. The tiefling shakes her head. They seem to not know him personally.
Yeah, when you get up there, go unwarn Captain Hodge that there are cultists capturing the employees of the High Hall, people who work there, to increase security.
They nod their head and they head together. They head over to the exit. One of them significantly more clothed than the other. Jasso would know the way out. Jasso knows the way back to where he was, and then from there they can, with your instructions, they'll be able to figure out how to get out as they head over towards the staircase.
We did
Before
put him
they
in the
leave-
cultists.
Before
No.
they leave, can I give them a recommendation?
Sure.
If the Flaming Fist doesn't put them somewhere safe, they go to the Temple of Helm or the Temple of Tyr.
Okay, make a persuasion check. Okay, they nod and they thank you for the advice as they leave.
Tell them everything.
Okay. They heed your advice as they swiftly head for the exits, keen for their ordeal to be over.
Can I just look at the body of that old man, and just see what he's got on him? Not to loot him, but just to see if there's
He doesn't seem to have anything on him. He was stripped of most of his clothes and equipment, obviously, before he came down here.
Wasn't there another door that someone wanted to investigate over here?
Yeah, I was about to kick that in as they were entering there.
You do so, revealing a partially collapsed crypt. Most of the room has fallen in, with the debris field mostly bearing a stone sarcophagus that was looted years ago. You have a quick glance in, but it seems to be completely empty, and nothing of interest remains, apart from a few dusty bones.
I pay my respects and leave, best propping the door up as best I can.
Okay, as you close the door once more. Okay. What would everyone like to do now? You know that you heard sobbing coming from the northeast, shouting coming from the north. Apart from that, Lucian, you would know that this is actually quite close to where you made your escape. You remember you ran up here, you took a right, and then carried on, and the passageway, which is now collapsed, is just to the south. It's just to the rounds the corner up here, and then to your south, and that's where it collapsed.
I think we should investigate the shouting.
I say, say-
No.
first of all, we need hankies, and then we need weapons. Yerk, would you like to go first?
We'll lead the charge down this corridor. Very well.
Yes, but look out for the crying person just on the other side of the door. Don't kill them.
Don't kill the crying person.
Well, you know, check it out first. Could be a monster.
Okay. And then I just go to push the door open.
Okay. You do so, which again opens easily, revealing the limestone passageway continuing further.
Now, despite my blunders, because I've just been told there might be enemies around here, I would like to try and sneak around this corner.
Sure, roll a stealth check.
With disadvantage.
It's an interesting game tonight.
Okay. You are not especially stealthy, though you feel a bit strange, like you're doing better than you thought you might be. Still pretty badly, but better than you could have done. As you advance down, so yeah, you can hear that the sobbing appears to be coming from sort of this sort of direction.
Can we? And where's the shouting coming from?
The shouting's coming from somewhere to the north, though you can't pinpoint it. You wouldn't be able to hear it anymore quite so easily because you're not listening out for it.
I'm going to check for any any hidden doors around here? Because
Oh,
there was
sure.
this.
And
Make a perception check.
I'd like
and
to
I'll,
know.
yeah, I'll ask someone help me look. She said there was a door somewhere here.
Oh, sure. I'll help.
So good.
You have a look around, but you can't see anything.
Should you roll with advantage?
Yeah.
'Cause one
Yeah,
of it-
because I was
Oh, yeah.
helping.
One of us. Yeah.
Well, with advantage, yeah.
You want me to, or is someone else doing it?
Just roll again. I think
Just
it's.
roll again.
Oh, okay, fine. Well,
Oh, on a 12, you do spot an area of the stonework that seems suspect. You push it inwards, revealing another secret door.
hey, look. Ha. Excellent. This, I believe, is where we need our weapons. Down there is where we need our hankies. Maybe we find out about the hankies first.
You can hear now more clearly the shouting echoing down from somewhere to the northwest now. There's like banging and shouting.
Can I squeeze through to do an investigation on the door to see if it's trapped or anything?
Yeah, sure.
I'll move out.
Yerk, you can hear more clearly the sobbing now. And you also hear a tremulous voice calling out saying, hello?
Hello, someone there?
You don't see any traps. Please, are you here to rescue me?
Depends, who are you?
My name is Nebra. I'm a florist. I was taken here. Please, you have to help me.
Can I try the door, see if it's...
Yeah, sure. It opens easily.
Cool. So I look inside.
You see... you see 4 flickering torches in wall sconces like this partially collapsed crypt. An open sarcophagus in the middle of the area is filled to the rim with blood, with spillage streaking the sides of the sarcophagus and pooling around its base. The sarcophagus lid lies half buried under rubble behind it. Crouched behind it appears to be a frail old woman wearing rags, with white hair in a bun and a look of concern on her face as she sort of pokes her head round. So saying, I ran in here to hide. I thought they were coming back. What's going on?
Hide from who?
Those foul cultists. They took me here. They treated me as a slave. I think I think they went through. There's a hidden door somewhere they went through. I think you should go through. You need to get rid of them.
I roll an insight check on her. I really don't trust her at all.
Yeah, sure. Oh wow, I'm not even gonna roll for that. I rolled a nat 1 anyway. As you gaze at her intently from outside of the room, you see her disguise flicker for a moment, and you see the magic waver, and for a moment you see a younger woman drenched in blood, with daggers in both hands.
Kill her. Don't think about it. Just kill her.
Okay, you're attacking? As you shout kill, are you saying this in character? As you shout out killer, I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative.
Are we in combat? Because I don't see the initiative track.
Yep.
Ah, there we are.
Oh, the rats. Doing well.
Okay. So, first up I won't change the music for this because you saw through a disguise. This is not going to be a particularly dramatic fight, I hope. If it is, then you've done very badly. Yerk, you're first.
So drawing my greatsword, I'm going to run around the blood-filled crypt and take a swing.
Okay, make an attack roll.
Can I shout, Yerk, what are you doing? It's an old lady.
You swing at this old lady. She actually goes along with this and sort of goes, "Help! Help! This madman's attacking me!" As a 12 misses as she narrowly dodges out of the way. You actually feel, as she sort of leaps unnaturally fast for an old woman out the way.
This one's definitely not normal.
Okay. Sylk, you're up. You hear sounds of commotion and an old woman in peril from over to your east.
Sylk's gonna stay where he is and just have his bow ready, but hasn't seen anything or has no idea yet. He's just gonna, his reel's there and he wants to protect the back if anyone comes from behind.
Next up is Reel.
Have I figured out how to open this door yet?
Yeah, the door's open.
Wait, combat? What?
So yeah, you're just like looking at this door, examining the workings of it, how it's disguised into the wall, and then you hear an old woman scream.
Alright. I suppose I'll get up and I'll have a wander down here. What's going on?
I don't know. Mono said kill her, and then there was commotion.
Being ever curious, I'm going this far. What's going on?
You see an old woman cowering behind a sarcophagus full of blood as Yerk swings his greatsword, narrowly missing over the head as she ducks out the way.
Actually, I don't. Not from where I am.
Oh, okay.
I can barely see the edge of the circle, so I can see something, but I can't see what.
You'd sort of be here, right? So you would be able to see. You would be able to see it. It's just because you can't like put between the squares. Like you can't see from here, you can't see from there. But if you were somehow halfway there, you would be able to see it. You just can't place your token there because of the grid snapping. But yeah, you would be able to see that.
My shoulder or something.
Yeah. What would you like to do?
In that case, if I can see enough of it to make it out, can I try and identify it?
Yeah, sure. So you're casting the identify spell, or you're trying to just suss it out?
Just trying to suss it out.
Okay, make a insight check for me, please.
Inside.
Uh-huh.
No idea.
Yeah. You have no idea. You just see an old woman being attacked by Yerk.
In a creepy crypt.
In a creepy crypt.
Oh, have you found a crypt tag? Blam.
Okay. Are you blamming the crypt? Are you blamming her? Or are you just chatting? You don't have.
Nah, I'm blamming her.
Yeah, once again, you see her dodge with supernatural accuracy out the way. And in fact, just for the sake of it, I will actually keep her on the old lady, as an old lady token. Even though, Mono, you are definite that this is in fact a cultist in disguise. Right, Lucian, you hear the same thing as everyone else does. A old woman in peril.
Mono, why did you tell Jerk to kill her?
Can I reply, or is there not enough time?
You can reply, yeah.
She's covered in magic. She's a cultist covered in blood.
And Lucian would. Let me just check. So, how much?
I could just say I hate florists.
Okay, make it. So Lucian will run inside, seeing Yerk fighting her and just throw a ball of flame at her.
Okay, go for it.
Sorry, wrong one.
That's fine. That will just barely miss, as again you see her dodge with supernatural speed for an old woman out of the way as your ball of fire just barely flies over her head and scatters into the wall, showering Yerk with sparks.
Ah! And that's my turn.
Okay, and with that, it is Mono.
Okay, can I see her enough to do a thorn whip on her from where I am?
Absolutely.
Okay. Whoa.
Oh, that'll definitely hit.
Okay.
And that's a strength save, right?
Whip it good.
Yeah.
For 6 points of damage. 16, which succeeds.
It's actually there's no saving throw.
Oh, it just happens. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I'm gonna pull her 10 feet towards me, which is in front of Dolan, which is what I was hoping to do.
Okay.
She's being pulled away. Can I make an attack of opportunity?
No, because it's forced movement.
Oh, okay.
Forced movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity. So she, in a bit of a tight spot, is just going to. She's gonna lash. She's actually gonna take. First off, she is going to lash out at Dolan. Actually, no. With Dolan or Lucian? Dolan looks like the bigger threat, so definitely Dolan. Actually, oh no, actually Dolan hasn't attacked. Lucian has. Yeah, it'll be Lucian. So first off is going to be an attack against you. Does a 13 hit?
Yep.
For 9 points of piercing. That's actually because of her aura. That is going to be actually 18 points of damage.
What? Oh my god.
Another attack against you.
Jesus.
That's going to be another 18 points of damage as daggers seem to supernaturally find their mark as this old smiling flash just turns to you, and suddenly you see blood dripping down her face as the disguise waves further, and stab! Stab!
And him down.
She is then going to, you see her whisper a spell upon herself, and then she turns invisible.
I told you, no old lady.
Okay. Dolan, you're up. A woman came out of here, stabbed into Lucian, downing him before suddenly vanishing. All while being an old lady still.
I'm going to sort of move forward into the space where she was and see if I bump into her.
Okay, you bump into something and unable to move there.
In that case, I'm going to take a swing with my my maul.
Okay, first off, you need to make a wisdom save.
Wisdom.
That fails. You try to string into the space, but suddenly your mind is filled with power, and you feel like it would somehow be wrong to do so. And you cannot force yourself to strike.
Can't strike, and I can't get next to Lucian either.
If you want, I'll let you make an athletics check to try and push past her. Okay. You do manage to put past her, but you did use your action trying to attack.
Interesting.
Okay, that's fine. Can do.
Okay. Who is up next? That would be... hang on.
Another cat.
It shouldn't have been Dolan's turn, sorry. Actually, no, it was. Yeah. It was sorry, it's the rat's turn before Dolan, technically. The rat is nowhere to be found. I don't know why it's on the initiative. it's not here.
But it is. I love
It senses combat.
The rat sends its well wishes.
Yeah, it's still part of the party.
No, it's Dolan. And we're back up to Yerk.
So I've just seen her vanish around about where Lucian is. So I'm gonna move to like stand over him in like a protective
Okay.
stance,
Mhm.
and I'm just gonna like hold my action. So if she like reappears, I can swipe.
Okay. You do so, scanning the room, trying to see where she is. I mean, she's not hidden, so you know that she is there and invisible. But you, if you want, you can make an attack at where you think she should be.
Yeah, go on. I'll do that then.
Okay. First off, you need to make a wisdom save.
Probably not gonna go too well.
You good?
Ooh. That is actually a success. Make an attack roll with disadvantage. Ooh, that hits. Yeah, you slash into, and you find like as you have a feeling of wrongness you strike through, but you ignore it and actually no, sorry, disadvantage that will actually miss as you barely slash, as you slash forward, but she barely dodges out the way, and you sense her invisible form shifting. Yeah, that a 14, sorry, barely misses. Yeah, sorry about that. I gave you false hope there. Okay,
Yep.
Sylk.
Sylk will first just quickly... He's going to follow everyone, just quickly look in this room he hasn't seen yet and see if anything else is going on, but then continue to walk. I don't know whether he sees anything in that room. Nope. As he walks away. He'll come into the room with Hanlon on his shoulders. What is going on? What?
Cryptag or something, it just turned invisible.
Where?
In there, where they're swinging their swords around. I don't think they're hitting anything, though.
So I can get to there. So that's as far as I can get.
You see Lucian on the floor with deep knife wounds in his chest.
I will... that's as far as I can move, so I will hold an action if I see something. I will hold my bow.
Mean, you would be able to tell that there is some kind of invisible presence here.
Where?
I'm pinging it right now.
I think you may be pinging it on the wrong layer.
I don't see a ping.
Oh, I think I am. Yes, sorry about that.
Okay. Then I'll take a shot out at the thing that's...
Okay. First off, make a wisdom save. That succeeds. Make an attack roll with disadvantage. Oh, that'll hit.
Oof.
For 12 points of damage. Oh, you see an arrow clattering into a space in the air, and a shriek go out. Okay.
That'll be my turn there.
Okay. You see blood dripping onto the floor from the invisible space. Rill.
Did I hear you say that Lucian was down?
Yes. Lucian is down. You'd know he'd be about here.
Alright, I'm going to... she's in between us, is she?
Yes, but you would be able to squeeze past with a successful athletics or acrobatics check.
Right.
At least I rolled better this week.
Alright, go on then, we'll try.
Okay. That is a success. She seems to have no issue with you going past her. She feels the invisible presence sort of move out the way and not even take a stab at you, as she surely could have done, as you go past.
Alright, was the athletics roll my action, or can I still go?
Nope, that was part of your movement. That was just to see if your movement was successful. If it failed, then maybe that would have been all your movement, but you succeeded, so yeah, you're through.
Alright, in that case, medicine roll to stabilize Lucien, wake him up.
Go for it.
I hope he doesn't mind, but I'm going to dip into his healer's kit.
Oh yeah, sure.
So
In
he
fact,
can get
you
some hit points back instead.
That would not. You wouldn't do that because you haven't got your healer feat. However, you can grab into healer's kit and use that to stabilize him without using a medicine check. It will just automatically succeed.
In that case, I'll try with the medicine check first, so as not to use the supplies.
Okay. That is a success. You quickly bandage up the wounds stemming the flow of the bleeding, and Lucien, you are no longer bleeding out. So you don't have to make a death save. Good for you.
Yay.
Assuming that's your turn, by the way, Rob.
Yes.
Okay, next up is Mono.
Okay, I'm going to move into the space. Ah, you're there, Dolan. Okay. Okay, can I go there?
Where, sorry?
Just there.
Yes, you may.
So half. Okay. And I'm gonna shillelagh her, or try.
Okay, first off, make a wisdom save.
Yep.
So I talked last week about the difference between being in the game with the
Whoa.
shadow.
That is a failure. You
Without
bring,
the shadow.
you grab
Natural
your
one.
quarterstaff, obsidian spreading along it. You bring it up, but then suddenly you find yourself a vision flashes before your eyes, and then you see in front of you, instead of an invisible creature, you see just a vision of one of your fellow villagers from your community, and you suddenly stagger back as you are unable to strike, losing the opportunity.
I wish that I could be part of the story more. I wish that I was part of the story more. That I think the shadow.
I will stay there.
I need to think of how I'm going to
Okay,
use this in
that's
my
it.
own DMing. I like the idea, but I want to be part of
it's
the
not her
story
turn.
more.
It's the rat's turn.
The rat does something else.
Is nibbling.
Okay. She's going to hide. You now have no idea where she is. As you see 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. Yeah. She takes her turn. Dolan. Lucien is lying on the ground next to you, being stabilized by Rill.
I'm going to reach down and use lay on hands and give him 5 points of healing.
Okay. Lucien, you're back up with 5.
He gets up gasping, seeing Dolan over him. What happened?
You got stabbed.
By a florist.
Or a cryptag.
We have to find her. Where is she? And yeah, I guess that's as much as I would be able to say while getting up.
Yep, pretty much. Yerk, you're up.
So have we noticed she's like, we can't see her anymore, can we?
No, she has. She isn't. Well, you wouldn't be able to detect her there. She seemingly has slipped past you, or teleported, or moved, or gone somewhere else, or is just hiding really well. She's invisible, so it's very hard to tell.
So I'm gonna run this way. 10, 15. Is it 10-foot movement through an ally space?
No, you can just move. You can just move diagonally, so don't worry about it, because you can move.
Okay, and then I'd like to make like a, see if I can see any footprints or any like blood trails.
Make a survival check to track her. You do not see any trails. She seems to have concealed her passage expertly.
Damn, I can't find any sign of her.
Can your cat smell her?
I was just going to ask, did Hanlon's head move from my shoulder at any point in time with his keen sense, his keen smell at all?
Halland to roll a perception check with advantage.
Yeah,
Nope.
Hanlon's too busy worrying about the mouse.
Where's the rat?
why is the rat not here? He's on the initiative order. Why am I not on the initiative order? This is ridiculous. Okay. Yep.
Could I come outside and have a look around to see if I can find out where they went?
Yeah, sure.
Basically, a repeat of your survival check.
Go for it.
Are we-
Survival or perception?
Are we in initiative order still or not? We're out.
We are, yeah. On a 20.
Oh, in that case,
No. Go. That's fine. Hanlon was looking around. I can't see anything.
Sure. Yeah. Sorry, I thought that was your turn there, Sylk.
No,
if
it's
you want
fine.
to make a turn yourself. Okay.
Well, no, I would have done the same thing. I just used Hanlon to do it for me, so that's fine. All good.
All right. In that case, survival. Have a look around. What can I find?
You don't find any trace of her. Again, she seems to be expertly concealing where she went, or maybe used some form of magical transportation. You have no idea.
All right. That looks like one that's probably going to escape.
If you want to catch her, you will need to find some way of seeing her.
Do it. It depends. I just got to ask you something. With my find familiar spell, is it still a minute or is it just an action because it's the same as a wild shape?
I believe it would be a minute. However, if you want to say that you were doing it previously, I think that's fine because you had a short rest. You would have had plenty of time to do the thing, and if you've just forgot out of character, that's cool.
It feels a bit wrong because I'd get a bat which could tell where she was.
Yeah. No, you wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, you can start casting it now.
No, it's okay.
I'll actually need to. If you want to double check the rules, I'll double check the rules for you just now, actually. But in the meantime, we'll stay in initiative if anyone has any bright ideas.
Yeah, my only thing would be that the assumption, like having seen this water in the cabin that I saw before, would have just been to go and see if there's any additional movement in the water that I had seen as I walked in the room. But
so is this over here?
yeah, I would say if that's the direction she might have gone, where the other people had said there was sound, then
I'll just actually hang on. As you walk over there, give me one moment.
I'm just gonna say it is just an action, so I could call a bat.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you can do that on your turn then. But first off, we have Lucian.
Lucian's gonna be really angry that she's gotten away, and she's gonna run around. Where is her? Where is she? Where is she?
Also, as Hanlon moves there, you actually notice. You see that Hanlon sort of smurfs around and looks around very confused. Don't know if he's confused about the rat or something else. But yeah, Lucian, make a perception check.
Just a second.
Yep, you don't spot her.
Was this my action or?
No, that's not your action. What would you like to do with your action?
Lucian's eyes are just gonna start burning red, and I'm gonna cast Detect Magic as an action.
Ooh. As you burn red and begin detecting magic, you see that there is a strong aura of I believe. Hang on, let me just check.
Illusion? Is that the school?
Abjuration. No, because she's not using a spell to conceal herself. She's using a spell. She was using a spell to stop you from attacking her. But you see her perfectly outlined in abjuration magic right next to you.
I'm gonna yell, "She's here!" and take a step back, remembering the stab wounds.
Okay. She is not going to risk revealing her position by attacking you. Although she was considering it because you did shout out, "She's here." But anyway, Mono, it's you.
So I'll hold off on the bat since my companion knows where she is, and I'll move down. And just as I'm running, say, where is she?
I would be pointing. Lucian would be pointing towards the space occupied by Hanlon.
Literally, yeah, because Hanlon is on Sylk's shoulder.
He's almost, yeah.
But it's just here where the Hanlon token is.
Okay, so I will try a Thorn Whip again.
Okay, make an attack. First off, make a Wisdom save.
13.
That succeeds. Now make an attack roll with disadvantage. Oh, that'll hit. She takes, as your thorny whip lashes out, it looks like it's made of spiky rocks that are formed into a long, almost like a long rocky chain that lashes out and pulls her towards you, slap bang next to Lucian.
Sorry, Lucian. It doesn't pull her towards to get next to Yerk. She's not prone though, is she? She's not.
No. She is going to disengage. Actually, no. She is gonna just sprint. She is not gonna disengage. She is gonna move. So you're both both Lucian and Sylk will get attacks of opportunity, and Hanlon, in fact. So 5, 10, 15. So she'll move those 15 feet. But yeah, Lucian, Hanlon, and Sylk both make all of you make attacks of opportunity with disadvantage. Ooh, that'll hit. 14 misses. Get Hanlon to do it. That'll miss. Roll damage for your longbow there, Sylk. Ooh, 7 piercing. As she pulls... Oh, actually, before you do, make a wisdom save. You succeed! And she pops back into existence as suddenly as an arrow stabs into her back, her true form revealing herself a cloaked figure. As she collapses into the ground in front of you. She's mouthing the words as she goes, but she does collapse face first, arms outstretched. She's dead. Good job, because if you hadn't managed, that was actually a really cool move there with the detect magic and the idea with the wild shape as well. Because if she had managed to get away, you might have been in trouble. But anyway, yes. Moving on. You strike her down, Sylk, with one swift arrow.
Sylk's quite happy that he's actually did that practice the night before or during his short rest to actually remember how to shoot. He will go over and kick the dagger. I assume that the dagger and whatever there, just sort of kick the dagger away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether, off to the side. She's this way.
You see a very bloodied Lucian with red eyes, just putting a hand on your shoulder and congratulating you. Well done.
Are you okay?
I'll live. I'll just have to look after myself a bit.
Do that.
He starts pulling out.
Just why are your eyes flaming?
I wanted to see her and I saw her.
Okay.
I don't know.
You see that this light coming off Lucian's eyes is not like sort of the bright, clear light that was coming off Rill's. It is almost like a fiery, burning red that throbs with malice.
I'm going to lean in close to have a good look at them and see the little flickers of flame. And then I'm just going to pat him on the shoulder and go, "You can do some incredible things with fire, my friend."
Thank you. Just give me a moment. I need to look after my wounds.
Can I assist with the healer's kit roll? I don't have proficiency in the kit, but I do have proficiency in medicine.
It's not a D20. It's just a 1d6 plus 6.
Yeah, you go to help Rill, but you see that Lucian is already expertly applying bandages exactly where you need them. He knows exactly where to apply to staunch the flow of blood, to clean out the wounds, to make sure it is safe and sanitized. He seems to be have significant expertise in this field.
So I say it is interesting. Even my rat said that there was something a little more about you. as well as vendetta. It is good to know.
should we should see what's making the noise up north.
I think we should be as quiet as we can as we go up here.
Guys, we've still got 2 more rooms to check here first. We don't want anything coming back and biting us in the arse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I still hear the shouting going on?
Yeah. It seems to be
Okay.
rhythmic thumping as well.
Okay. I think they are practicing it's their band they practice.
Yeah, could be more than that.
Yes, I think they're planning on killing people.
Yeah. Can we
Yes,
search
let's
the
let's
rooms
not hang
later?
about.
Hey, Lucian, you were able to see her when she was not there. Do you see? Did she have anything else on her? Or can I look? You said that she had attacked with some daggers or doing something. Was there
Yeah,
any?
but is there anything else magical about her now that she's dead?
You notice she had a small silver spellcasting focus around her neck, a little amulet with a gaping skull on it.
I would take that off her and give it to Rill.
Yeah.
Cool.
The sounds are coming from the north, right?
Unbelievably, with everything that's going on around us, I have no idea what this is.
So while they're searching the body, I'd just like to open this door and stick my head inside.
Which door?
The one Yerk's at.
This one. Yeah, sure.
And before I was distracted by Bling, I was going to listen at this door.
Sure. This room. So you go. So you're poking your head round, yeah?
Yeah, I just open the door and just poke my head around the corner.
You see a plundered, partially collapsed crypt. The room is lit by 2 sputtering torches in sconces on the north and west walls. A stone sarcophagus in the middle of the room stands empty, its lid half buried under rubble in the floor behind it. You also see around this room are several sets of sleeping bags, like bedrolls. They are currently empty.
Looks like we found their sleeping quarters.
Where are they then?
How many bedrolls?
There are a total of. Hang on. In here. There's a total of 6. Sorry, 5. 5.
And do I hear anything at this door? Or is whatever I would hear at this door muffled out by the sound of you going through the other one?
No, you would hear it. You can hear faint sounds of torches in here.
Torches.
Yes.
Alright. Crack the door open a little and have a peek.
You see in here 4 flickering torches in the wall sconces illuminate this crypt, the middle of which is occupied by an open stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus bears no carvings or other ornamentation, but is full to the brim of humanoid skulls and bones. In addition, 6 more dusty bedrolls lie on the floor around it.
Give it a quick count through in my head. How many people have we taken out so far since we've been here?
You've so far taken out 6 people plus 1. So 7 in total.
So there could be another 4 or 5 out there. So it
You
wouldn't be
found all their sleeping places.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be
Is there any-
expecting the scarred man to sleep here.
yeah, exactly. Is there any one of those bedrolls extra large, XXL?
No, they seem all roughly sized around medium humanoids.
And is there just as a quick question, is there anything magical about any of these two rooms? I think Lucian would take a quick
You don't
peek.
detect anything magical apart from in the chamber of blood, the blood-filled sarcophagus, which does seem to have a faint aura of transmutation about it. Maybe it was the source of her powers. You're not sure.
Okay, I would tell probably Rill that, because he would probably be the one most interested in weird stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll have an investigate, being careful not to get too close.
Ooh. So when you say hang on, I need to talk to Sylk for a second. There's the so from just describing the things you hear up north, you'd hear shouting and rhythmic kind of banging noises. But yeah, you roll a deception for that. Okay. Now roll a stealth check with advantage. Okay. You are able to tread carefully up ahead if you so wish.
Yeah. At this point, I would have said, look, I don't think there's anyone back here. I think we should go.
I agree. Let's move on.
Yes, let us follow on.
I'll give one last regretful look back at the thing that I was about to investigate and go, okay, we can add this to the list to come back and have a look at later.
Yes, we can come back. There are books.
Yes.
Okay. I think we should be as quiet as possible now.
So you'll see Sylk standing in the water, and he's just sort of looking in your direction, just with the quiet sign and pointing towards the right, assuming he saw something there. But then sounds coming from northwest, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
The sound's
so
coming from over
I just
here.
want to sort of peer around the corner and just see.
Yeah, sure. So you see a scene ahead of you. Beyond the hall, a flooded chamber opens up with rough-hewn steps climbing to the north, south, and northeast. The floor buckles up across the waterline in the middle of the room, forming a small island. Two corpses and dowsed torches float in the water around the island, atop of which stand two men. One of them dressed in a cloak, the other dressed in armor. They appear to be resting and directing others. You hear banging and shouts coming from the doors up ahead. Some of the men in here look injured, and I'd be able to say you can see several of them.
What kind of bangs and shouts?
They are specifically shouting, "Get out of there, Mortlock! You won't hold up forever!" And then sort of muffled shouts coming on, like, "You'll never get me!" You hear more shouting, like, "That stint with a coin, it was clever, but we found your friend. You're not getting out of this one!" And they continue slamming, "There's no way out!" They seem intent on doing harm.
I'm gonna stealth as much as I can
Mhm.
from
Well,
here.
Yep. Well, your stealth check from before will still work.
I'm also gonna turn into a spider at this stage.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so go for it. I will. Hang on. I need to give you your thingamajig. Oh yeah, I can just. If you just want to drag that out, I'll just. I will move you out the way, and you can be the spider.
Okay.
Spider's got night vision, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Yeah, you look round and see Mono just turn into the form of a spider, sticking its head above the water. Oh, I imagine you'd actually probably be climbing along the walls rather than stepping in the water.
Gonna go climb up How high is the ceiling?
The ceiling's about 8 foot high.
Only 8 foot. Okay.
Yeah,
I
it's
will.
quite narrow ceilings in the corridors.
Okay, I'll go up to the ceiling. I'll go up to the top of the wall and just keep climbing along there. I actually have blind sight as well, but only to 10 feet.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to climb up, carry on until I get to behind Dolan there.
Sylk will
Okay.
point for everyone that down the corridor to the number that he sees and roughly where they are, and yeah, try to somehow indicate how many people he sees, and then sort of get ready, like hold the bow and get ready to fire if anyone like rushes forward, but just sort of holding it there.
Okay.
Do we hear the word Mortlock being called out?
You do, yeah. Seems to be
Can I
directed.
make a check to see if I know him?
Lucian, right?
No, Yerk.
Oh, Yerk. Make a history check with advantage. You know him to be the son of Duke Van Thamper.
Cool, so I just turn around slightly and go, Mortlock. Name rings a bell. I think he might be one of the Van Thampers, one of the boys of the Duke.
Aren't they the
I think
ones that
he's
built the
likely to be-
sewers?
Yes, they are the ones that built the sewer renovations.
If we go in there on a fight, are they likely to be on our side or against us?
I don't know.
Depends on if they're cultists or not.
But if they're after Mortlock, then I suggest they may be friendlies, at least for the time being.
If they're engaged with the cultists, so we charge them now.
It's up to you. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, so I'm just going to wait for Sylk's signal to run forward at this point.
Just basically
Okay.
say, when I fire, then run.
Okay. So, Sylk is successfully hidden. However, all of you guys are making your assault. So what I'll do here is I'll do a group stealth check to basically see if you guys get surprise on these fellows that you're charging. So, the way this will work is the DC will be 12, and if more than half of you pass, you'll all get surprise. Okay? So, everyone roll stealth.
I've got disadvantage on stealth.
You will. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so that's 1 success, 2 failures. 3 failures now.
Except I'm a spider, so my dex is a
Oh,
bit
yeah.
higher.
If you shift double click, you'll bring up the spider instead of yourself. So you can then click on. You actually have +7 to stealth. So there we go, like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, shift double click on when you have your wild shape token out, and it'll just directly bring it up. But yeah, so that
Okay.
is now with Sylk's check. That is 4 successes and only 2 failures.
I think I have disadvantage as well, so I'm fairly sure
Okay.
I failed.
Oh, yes, you do. Okay, but still 3 of you succeeded, which is going to be enough. So you do get surprise on most of them. However, I will say you do not get surprise on this guy because his passive perception is a bit higher. So let's have everyone roll initiative.
Oh, whoops. Select my token.
Is the water
okay,
difficult terrain?
The water will be difficult terrain, yeah.
Oh, our charge is gonna be like 15
Yeah.
feet.
Like, slow motion running down the corridor.
Stomp,
Just
stomp, stomp
excited
in
that
the
I'm not
water.
allowed to do an initiative order for the first time in this campaign.
Alex, do you want me to roll again, then change it to my initial one?
No, it's okay. I'll add it for you. So who was it that? So we've got Rill, we got Sylk. So we're missing Mono the spider.
Well, I rolled Dex, so
Yeah, it's okay. I'll just add it on.
okay. I think it's 12.
Do you need Hanlon?
Han will follow you.
Good.
Oh, actually, it's got an initiative. Shall I just press it or not?
It's okay. I've already done it.
All right.
Right.
Missed it.
Okay. So, more.
I'm not on there yet, I don't think.
Oh, hang on. Who's not? Sorry.
Yerk.
What'd you roll?
3.
So far down the list, you're not even on it.
Yep.
Okay. I'll just check his passive. He definitely doesn't know you're here, so he's gonna stay where he is, doing what he was doing previously. Lucian, you're first up.
I'm gonna courageously stomp 15 feet. I guess if I dash, I guess we lose stealth either way. I'm gonna move another 15 feet.
Yeah,
That's-
you charge forward, splashing through the water. Wow, everyone's rolls really badly for initiative, apart from Lucian and Mortlock.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look behind, guys.
Mono, you're next.
Okay. So I'm just gonna kind of
Because of your
creep.
spider climb, you're walking along the wall, so you don't get difficult terrain, by the way.
Oh, okay, good. So I'll just walk around to where I can see what's going on because I couldn't before. Okay, so I make out one guy. So sorry, is there 4 people in there?
So,
see.
hang on, I'll make it a bit clearer. These guys, this guy at least is dead.
Oh, okay.
But you can see a great many voices. It sounds like there might be about like 8 or 10 people.
Roll that.
And
That's okay.
8 or 10 people in that room.
Yes.
And does the ceiling getting any higher, or is it all just 8 feet high?
It's slightly higher in here. It's 15 foot high in the chamber as it opens out.
Okay, so I'm just gonna crawl along to about here, I think, so I can take it all in. And that's kind of my go. I just want to scope.
Okay. Golan.
I'll go on the ceiling as soon as it gets higher.
Yeah.
So then I'm going to go 5, 10, 15. Can't really see anybody from there, can I?
That's only 10 foot, by the way. But yeah, you can see everyone. You can see with your token. You can see the guys on the little island. You can see these people here, and a couple of corpses. They appear to have had their heads bashed in by a great hammer.
Can I tell the difference between the forces that Yerk spoke about and the cultists through like clothes or what have you?
Yeah. So these guys who are wearing armor, they appear. Well, they all appear. These guys over here. This guy is definitely a cultist. He's dressed very similarly to the woman you just fought. And these guys are wearing skull masks, and these guys are wearing the same armor and helmets that you saw on the torturers. So they all seem to be cultists.
Which one's the nearest to me?
This one. He is 5,
Hey,
10, 15, 20, 25, 30 foot away.
Sorry, on mine it doesn't actually. They're just ever so slightly in the black, so I can see the outline of the ring, but not see them fully.
Ah, okay. That's okay. Well, you would be able to just about make them out.
I'd like to lob a javelin at him.
Okay, I'll use your 25 then, because you did roll that, and that hits. Roll damage. Your javelin flies forward, striking this man in the back. He seems to already be injured, and he cries out in agony as he lunges forward, dead.
That's all I can do.
Okay. Sylk.
Yeah, so Sylk will then step to here and then take a shot with my longbow against the guy on the rock.
Okay, make an attack. Oh, natural 20.
Yes.
Practice makes
For an additional 1 point of damage.
practice makes perfect or not, but whatever. Practice makes better.
As you fire your bow at him, you see his cloak whirls and he reaches out with his hand. The arrow flies towards it and he reaches out and it stops in midair. He twists his hand and the arrow crumbles to ash in front of him.
Oh. Good. So I didn't hit him.
Mhm.
Okay, I will go.
You see that he's sort of straining heavily. It seems like he used a lot of energy in order to deflect that.
Yeah. I'll just yell that out to everyone. Okay, that was a really good shot. And then that's enough. Yeah, I'll stay there and call the rest through.
Okay. Next up is Vril. Actually, no, because he wasn't surprised, which is why I was able to do that. So it's actually his turn first. He is going to... first off, he's actually going to target you in spider form there, Mono. He is going to gaze out with baleful eyes from under his hood as he advances towards you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, that is as me.
That is as you, yes. You fail. You find yourself held in place as these black red eyes stare out from underneath the hood, and you find your spidery form suddenly fall limp. Though you're still clinging to the wall, you are unable to move. He's going to make some attacks against you with advantage as he continues to advance. So that's 10, 20, 30. He throws 2 daggers at you. Oh, that's a natural 20. Good job they weren't vulnerable. You take 12 points of damage in your spider form.
I am no longer a spider.
Okay, you are now just a person trying to hang on to the side of the wall. You plop down into the water with a splash. You are now prone.
Okay.
This is actually good for you because he cannot attack you as easily. So his next attack roll against you will be with disadvantage. Does a 14 hit?
It just does.
Okay, you take 6 points of damage as another dagger flies out, stabbing you in the body. So the first dagger stabs into your spider form, jabbing it right in the eye as blood oozes everywhere. You collapse to the floor, claws riling up as you turn back into yourself, and the second dagger slashes you across your shoulder as you lie in the water. And I will get rid of this for a second and replace you with yourself.
Am I still held because I shifted out of form?
You are no longer stunned, no. These guys are not going to do anything. Yerk.
Me.
Is it not Ril's turn first?
Yeah, I go
you're
before
absolutely right. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'll. Because I forgot I was doing the other guy's turn, and then it's you, and then it's Yerk.
Disappeared, so I'm not on the map.
I am a player that
I will
likes
give you vision right now.
battles. I do like battle. I like the motion, but I really enjoyed the
Do you have dark vision,
story of this game.
Mono?
No.
I really do like the story.
No dark vision for you.
I do have a lamp though.
Yeah. I can make you. Am I still making you give
I'm
up
not
light?
the character
Yes.
that likes the story. I
Fantastic.
like the character
But
that's just
saying everybody should be able to see with it if needs be.
not.
Cool. What you
He's
doing?
been around too
All right,
long.
I'm moving
worry
to
about trivial little tiny.
Kind of this square here and peeking around the corner,
Need to
having a look down at this guy here, which I'm assuming is the one that we're fighting.
Yes.
Being that blessed me, smite that person with prejudice.
Okay. Go for it.
And a
Ooh.
bolt of radiant light shoots from the finger that I'm using to point at him.
He is going to see this bright streak of light coming towards him. In a panic, he raises a hand once more, and the bolt of light just shrivels and dies at reaching. But you see, he becomes physically exhausted as he does so.
And then I'd like to duck back behind here so he can't see me.
However, the scattered light still flies onto him, meaning that he is still lit up.
Oh, fantastic. In that case, the next person that hits him gets advantage.
Mm-hmm.
I was so looking forward to rolling damage for that too. That's like 46.
This guy is, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but he's got a lot of abilities that interesting. Right, these guys are surprised. Yerk.
So I'm going to run round the corner. So it's 10 foot. Oh, God. See this situation developing and be like, oh, nothing's in range yet. So I'm going to dash and move another. They sit up in line with Mono here.
Fantastic. Right. With a roar, Mortlock takes his chance. With a powerful kick, he's going to try and break down his barricade. Oh, he succeeds, knocking someone up here. You hear him fly back into the water as a powerfully bit man lunges forwards, and out of the darkness, a club slams down upon him for a natural 20, smashing this guy's head into a bloody pulp. He's like, you think you can betray me? Slam! Into him. That's his turn. As he's just out, you just see this guy's head smashed by a massive club as he seems to be assisting you.
Is this the big guy with scars?
You would not be able to see from this angle, but it sounds like him. Lucian, you're up.
I'm gonna move 15 feet over here, and I'm gonna try my hand at throwing some fire at this guy with advantage, I guess, from the guiding bolt.
Yes, correct. That'll hit. For 5 points of damage, as he cannot stop this attack as it flies into his cloak, scorching him down one side.
That's my turn.
Fantastic. Mono.
Okay, I'm going to move behind Yerk. And then I'm going to Thorn Whip the guy with all the interesting...
Okay, make an attack roll. That will hit.
Okay. Six
for
damage.
6 as you pull him towards you.
So I'm trying to pull him in.
This rocky chain. Yeah.
Trying to pull him in front of Yerk, so like it would be slightly diagonal, but I don't know.
Next up is Dolan.
Can I move past Lucian?
You can indeed, yes.
I'm also going to move back a little bit further.
That's fine.
Feeling squishy.
So I'm going to move up to this bloke, and I'm going to whack him with my maul.
That misses. Sadly, your maul strikes forward, slamming into the wall, but it just flies through its cloak as he sort of supernaturally dodges, leaving smoke showing in his wake as he dodges out the way. As your maul slams into the side of the limestone blocks of the tunnel, leaving cracks all the way up and down it.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, Sylk.
Seeing that, he'll just sort of, in a way, sort of say to Dolan, duck, and then he'll fire off an arrow at him, at the same guy.
Go for it. Oh, that'll hit. For 8 points of damage. Slamming into him. This one, it is able to find its mark as he falls backwards, but still rises back up again. He does not seem to be too deterred.
And then I will just move. I'll actually move up 5, 10, 15 upwards with Henlin on my shoulder. That's my turn.
Okay. Fantastic. Right. It's next. It's this guy. I'm gonna need Dolan to make a wisdom save.
Wisdom say, yeah.
Wisdom save. Yes. 15. You succeed barely as you're able to hold off as these eyes glaze into you, but you are unyielding. Hissing, he's going to move over here, and he is actually going to attack. He's going to make an attack against Yerk, who is a slightly squishier target. That is a 25 to hit for 18 points of damage.
Ooh.
And the second dagger flies out. But that's only a 12 to hit.
Wait, you say they're ranged attacks?
No, these are... it were range attack, but he's got more daggers that he's now using to stab you in melee.
Okay.
So yeah, you take 18 points of damage, but the second one does not manage to hit you on a 12.
I am looking very injured.
Okay. Next up are these guys. They are going to try and 5, 10. This guy is going to try and attack Mortlock. Is going to miss. This guy is going to go 5, 10, 15, so 10, 20, 30, and then another 10, 20, 30 up to here. And it is Rill's turn.
It's difficult terrain, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, so they're these guys are all having to dash to reach places.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize my microphone had gone on mute.
Oh.
Right. Poking my hand around the corner again. One that grants me gifts. Smite him. And I could do with a boost.
Okay.
So I'm throwing a Sacred Flame at him and using my Channel Divinity as a bonus action to regain a spell slot.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, he's going to make a dex save. Is going to fail, taking 6 points of radiant damage as bright white light erupts from under his cloak as he tries to dodge out the way, fails, catching the edge of his, scorching the edge of his body. As you do make out, there is a body under that shifting cloak and confusing gaze and these writhing daggers. There is something you can strike down upon. And you regain your spell slot. It's now the turn of these guys. This guy is 5, 10, 20, 30. And then is going to pull out a bow and is going to strike at Dolan. But a 7 will miss. This guy is going to move up here and is also going to use their bow. This time on Yerk. That's a 14 to hit.
Nope.
You see this at one pulling it out. You slam yourself against the wall at the last minute as the arrow shoots past you. This one is going to 5, 10, 20. Is going to make an attack against Mortlock. Is also going to miss. Actually, no, that hits. Dealing 5 points of damage to him, and you hear "ah" in from the shadows. Yerk, you're up.
So I look at this thing which has just struck me quite a blow, and I bring my greatsword down on its head, or where I believe its head is.
Okay, make an attack roll. Oh, a 16 will hit. For 11 points of damage.
I get to re-roll one.
You do indeed.
6.
Yeah, so roll 1d6 and then take one away from it and we'll add it on. So that's 13 points of damage in total as a powerful blow strikes down. And again, you do manage to suss out that there is a creature inside this and you slash down to where you think the neck would be. You don't try to catch it, but you do gash it across the shoulder and he leans back hissing.
And then I'm going to second wind to regain some health.
Okay. Fantastic. Next up is Mortlock. He is going to take some swings out with his great club. Nice. Good roll. That is going to hit. Plus an additional 2d4. yeah, that'll do. That'll immediately take care of this guy, crashing his head against the wall. Second attack against the other one. However, that will miss. Lucian.
I'm gonna try to heal some of. How injured is Yerk still looking?
He's
After-
looking a lot healthier after second winding. Still a bit sore.
Okay, then in that case, I'll just try throwing some more fire at this guy.
Sure. Making that roll.
Let me just.
That just barely hits. You almost dodged out the way, but you just catch him as he takes 1 point of fire damage, just sinding the edge of his long, shadowy cloak. Doing
That's
anything
my
else?
turn.
Okay.
Nope, that's my turn.
Mono.
Okay, I'm gonna turn back into a spider, and that's my
Okay.
go.
Very cool.
Okay, you turn back into a spider.
The battle.
Yep.
I like these
that's fine.
elements.
Dolan.
The guy who's been attacking Yerk, I'm going to again take another maul attack at him.
It's
Go for it.
interesting. I love the RP
21 will
playing
hit.
on Monday because it's chatting and talking and carries it.
For 12 points of damage,
Here
as
it's
you
just more like
slam
checking,
your maul
checking.
down
Maybe
into the great
maybe that's
the
me.
torso of this being,
And I need to
and he's
remember
unable to
that.
dodge, slamming into him. As you hear ah,
It's me,
a
but it's
cry
not
of
Sylk.
pain that
That's the
sounds
thing.
more human
Like,
than
I
you
like
might
that.
expect from
Sylk
this
doesn't-
creature's inhuman actions. Sylk.
Okay. How's he looking?
Reasonably messed up. He's starting to pant slightly. His movement's becoming sluggish, but he is still active. The daggers are whirling with malice.
Alright. Seeing him as more the bigger threat at the moment, I'll sort of just longbow over the shoulder of Yerk and fire it straight into him.
Go for it.
Or it, whatever it is. Ooh, that's yeah.
I'm gonna need you to. I'm gonna need Yerk to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Oh god.
Oh, actually, wait.
Oh.
Before, can I get there before you do? Can I use my inspiration on that?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Can I use my inspiration? I've done so
Before you
well.
shoot-
I've done so well tonight. Can I use my inspiration before I do?
You absolutely can. You absolutely can. There we go. That will miss, but it won't.
Okay.
It
I
doesn't hit
yeah. Hope I got in there fast enough to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Good.
I was about to give it to Yerk for his save.
No. I
Okay,
wanted to. I was like, no.
So the arrow goes wide, but he does avoid Yerk. This guy is going to try and stab out at Yerk once more. That's a 22 to hit for 12 points of damage.
Oh, ouchies.
Oh, and also I'll need Sylk to make a. Actually, no, it'll be Dolan again. Dolan will need to make a wisdom save. Oh, natural 20. You succeed with flying colours. Second attack against you, Yerk. That's only a 9 to hit.
No. Yeah.
And is unable to succeed. This guy over here, the cultist and the skull mass, is going to run up and try and slash at Dolan, missing horribly. This other one is dead. Rill.
Peeking my head around the corner again. Is the fight still going on?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, there's another target there as well. Right. Heavy one in armor, I think.
Okay.
So that's on this one.
That is a fail. This one, right?
No, this one here.
Oh,
The one in front
okay.
of Dolan.
He's not in heavy armor, but also fails. And with only 2 points of damage, but he is injured, seemingly taking a great club to the head. You immolate him in his skull mark as he falls with a loud shout of pain to the ground in a scorched heap.
All right, I'm going to shout out, "Yes, well done, being that blessed me."
You hear no immediate response.
I didn't expect to.
Okay. It is now the turn of these guys. This one runs forward and is going to try and strike at Dolan with the mace. Oh, 21 to hit for 8 points of damage.
Okay.
Okay. As this mace slams down upon you, raise your shield, but it breaks through, slamming you on the side of the head. It's battered and bruised. You sort of stagger backwards before retaining your stance. This one over here is going to try and longbow Yerk. But that's only an 11 to hit.
No.
And with that, it is Yerk's turn. Oh, sorry, one more has got an attack, but this one's fighting Mortlock. It's going to try and mace him, misses. Next up is Yerk.
So I just kind of like look up, like bloodied from this, and bring my greatsword up with my vision. 13?
13 misses. Weakened, you make a powerful strike, but it is able to dodge out the way at the last second as your greatsword slams into this support beam.
Can I shout out, "Go low, Yerk," and use my inspiration to let him re-roll?
Yes, you may.
Oh, with the missing the upswing, try and hit him on the down.
Oh, yes, you do catch him on the downswing. For 11 points of damage. A brutally effective strike there. And this guy is looking very wounded. Next up is Mortlock. He takes his great club and is going to try and strike. Oh yeah, he hits. Doing an extra 2d4 is more than enough to wipe out this person. You hear another sickening thump as you hear someone reach out and crush a skull in a strong hand. He is then going to advance 10, 20 feet over to here, bringing the great club up once more. Slamming into this guy for 10 plus another 2d4 also takes him out. As you hear him just slam, and this guy goes flying across the room with a powerful blow from this great club. I'll teach you to betray me! Lucian. He also looks over with confusion towards you guys. He has no idea who you are or why you're here.
I'm gonna try to apply some quick first aid to Yerk using the healer's kit, restoring 11 hit points. Well, it's a pretty good roll.
Nice.
So quickly just bandaging up wherever the stab wounds seem the most threatening, while trying not to impede him while fighting. It's really hard. Lucian wasn't trained for this.
Yeah, Yerk is like swinging out with the greatsword, and you're just coming up behind him, like putting the bandage on, like just like stay still, and like trying to wrap it around his shoulder as he's swinging. But you do manage to do so, healing him for 11. If that shall go, it's now Mono in spider form once again.
Who's looking the more hurt? Is it Yerk or Dolan?
Oh, Dolan's looking fine.
They're both
yeah,
looking pretty all right.
Okay.
Well,
So in my... Yep.
Yerk's looking a bit bloodied still, but better.
Okay. So in my little spider mind, I'm going, I must remember. Lucian wants me to remember what I am craving when I am a spider. Okay. I do this. So I'll go up the wall. I can't actually see them. 5, 10, 15, 20, and over this cultist's head, and just drop down to where I can have a bite at him.
Yeah, sure. So you're going for the big guy or the guy in armor?
The one just in front of Yerk.
This guy. Yeah, go for it. Make an attack roll.
How do I do it on the...
So shift double click and you'll bring up the stat block, and then go to character sheet and then click the bite under actions.
I thought I had... it's not letting me do it, unfortunately.
Interesting. You should be able to So can you see it on the? So if you hold shift and then double click on the spider, do you see the giant wolf spider thing?
I
And
see
then
what
you go to
yeah.
character sheet.
It's okay. I see what I was doing. It's fine.
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh, that is a
Oh.
natural 20 to hit.
Yes. So that is a. That
So
I.
just click on where it says bite on the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, as you go to bite him, he extends his hands once more and buckles at the knees as he holds the spider in face. It's about to leap upon him. He holds you in place and he stops your claws and thinking they're inches from his skin, you see, just under his hood. But he holds it back and he is able to keep standing. He does not take any damage.
He was going to be poisoned and everything.
Yep.
Okay. That's my go.
Okay. In fact, he was good. Yeah. As he barely managed to hold you off, you see he is fully exhausted now. Sluggish movements. You don't think he'd be able to do that again. Dolan.
Seeing how rough he's looked and seeing how exhausted he is, I'm going to go for the one who's just hit me to the left of him with Maul.
Okay. 13 misses as it clangs into the armor as he raises a shield.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do.
Okay, Sylk.
Sylk's actually going to call out to Yerk and say, "So, duck," and then he will take a shot at him with his longbow, just hoping he actually ducks properly this time.
Okay.
Yes, he does.
Oh, it looks like he ducks pretty well. Yeah, that'll hit. Oh, for 10 points of damage, the arrow slamming into him as he gives a cry of pain. However, he is not down.
Terrible rolling for the for the damage.
I mean, one good, one bad.
Yeah, that's all right. It's all good.
Yerk, I'm gonna need you to make another wisdom saving throw. That is a failure as the dark eyes burn out once more. He is going to make 2 attacks against you, this time with advantage as you become stunned. That is a 21 for 16 points of damage. You still up?
Apologies, I'm down. I'm on mic mute.
That's okay, yeah. So the dagger drives up into your unprotected flank and you stumble down into the fetid water. And following that, he is going to then... There's not much he can do, but just keep attacking. He is going to... Hang on. The question is, this guy is looking like in a pretty bad spot. Is he going to try and murder? Or is he going to try and win? And is seeing the Mortlock behind him, he is going to drive his... I'm going to actually make a wisdom save here. If he succeeds on the wisdom save, he's going to do the thing that would favor his god. If he fails on the wisdom save, he's going to do the thing that would favor himself. Okay, he succeeded on the wisdom save. He's going to just try and drive his dagger into Yerk's unconscious body. That'll hit. So yeah, that's 2 death saving throw failures for Yerk. And with that, this is where the cultists would join in and help him, but the cultists are all dead. Rill, you're up. You see Yerk on the ground. The first dagger's up into his flank, the second one stabbing into his chest as he falls backwards into the water.
Dashing forward. Excuse me, Lucian. Squeezing past. Being that best me, heal Yerk.
Okay. What are you using to heal him? Oh, yes, you do. And golden, bright white, bluish white light extends out from your hand, flowing into Yerk's wounds, which begin to close up. As Yerk, you don't die. You are back up with 7, but you are prone.
Yeah. Which might work to my advantage, actually.
Yeah. So this guy is going to rush forward into this space and attack Yerk.
Attack of
You are
opportunity.
not technically, because you're not actually there. You're above their heads on the wall, so you're still in reach of this guy. But he's going to make an attack with advantage against Yerk. So that's a 19 to hit for 7.
Oh.
Yerk, you're down again, but you don't have any death failures now. You are back to well, let's see what happens now. Roll your death save.
Yeah. It's on it.
Okay, that's a success. It's now Mortlock's turn. Mortlock has 10, 20, 30. He's going to move up to here. He pulls out a heavy crossbow from his back, and he's going to try and attack the armored figure next to you guys. However, is going to miss as a crossbow bolt pang, slams into the wall right next to his head, and he curses and reloads. Lucian. Yerk is once again on the ground in front of you.
I'm gonna briefly step into Real's spot, gently nudging him out of the way, and with hands starting to turn red, I'm going to try to cauterize Yerk's wounds and cast Cure Wounds on him.
Okay, you do so. The healing just never stops with Lucian. I love this guy.
Yeah, I was debating using the healer's kit, but what's Yerk's max HP? I'm afraid of fatal damage if he just gets up at 1 HP.
I
can't.
The
I can't.
definition
Yeah,
of metagaming, so
yeah.
you wouldn't know.
Yeah, I guess I would. True.
Okay, Yerk, you're once again back up at 10.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
You are still prone, and you are also still stunned. Actually, no, you're no longer stunned because you had your turn. Okay, that is. You will need to move back out the way to get out of real space, so this guy will take an attack of opportunity against you.
Okay.
That's a 19 to hit for 9 points of damage.
Oh, I take a mace to the head as I'm moving out.
Yeah. It's spider time.
Gonna just mandible
Go for
the
it.
head.
Ooh. An 8 is gonna miss. Very sad. He got another nat 20 there, but sadly he had no source of advantage. Dolan, the guy in front of you is looking increasingly exhausted, but the armored guy next to you has just dealt a stunning blow to your companion. Who do you target?
I'm the guy who's just hit Yerk, and
Sure. Make an
yeah,
attack roll.
another-
A 9 will just miss. Dolan, you're standing solidly in between them, absorbing attacks and taking the stunning gazes, but you are unable to find your mark as these creatures are just too quick for you, able to dodge out the way, blocking with your shields. You're hemmed in on all sides, and that restricts your movements. Sylk.
Sylk's gonna just call out to Yerk and I said duck, not drop.
I mean, he is. Yerk is prone, so
yeah,
that does help things.
Having seen that he was taking a... I mean, I'm not... This guy's pretty bloodied in front of me, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
I've got two options. Pick Yerk up off the ground or shoot the guy who's been attacking him when he's on the ground. I'm going to shoot the guy.
Yeah. The guy is standing over Yerk with murderous intent.
Yeah.
Again,
I sort of
bloodied.
stand there and just like launch a longbow right into him, hopefully.
14 just barely misses.
Oh.
Can
I use a bonus action to sort of help him up? No?
I will let you use... what can you do with your bonus action?
Not a lot. I mean, I can use a second wind, but it's only on myself, so I can't really do too much else. So... No, that's all I've really got, unless I can sort of help him with my bonus action. But otherwise, that's my turn.
No, bonus action would be very difficult to help him. This guy, surrounded on all sides by foes, is gonna strike down on Yerk once more with murderous intent. He's gonna make an attack
helped him up
with advantage. That is a 19 for hit for 14, which is 2 death saving throw failures. And then...
No, that just takes me to 0.
That just takes
He's
him to
up.
0 again. He's up.
Now he's down.
Oh, sorry, you're up. Oh, sorry. I thought he was going to kill you. But yeah,
Just
so you're down to
stay
0.
down.
You see that this guy he is repeatedly just stabbing it. He's going crazy frenzy. You see him muttering, "Why won't this half die?" That it does a 16 hit.
That is my armor class, so yeah.
Yeah, so that is another 2 death saving throw failures.
Oh.
No.
These guys are dead. Real. Once again, Yerk is bleeding on the ground. There's so many stab wounds in him now. You have no idea how he's managed to keep going. But he is bleeding and in grave danger as he is once again floating on his back in the water.
I'm going to smile a really, really cheeky, rubbery grin. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Being that blessed me, don't let Yerk die. Spare the dying.
You can spare the dying on Yerk. Stabilizes him, once again wiping out all the hard work of this person. So yeah, Yerk, you're once again prone, but you are back to 0 death saving throw failures. And you are now stable as Rill places a hand on you, and once again your wounds close up. You hear the cloakmaker, "No! Why no, Jesus!" It's just babbling incoherently. This guy, seeing you do that, is going to try and make a strike at you, Rill.
I expected as much, but I've got my shield.
Okay, that's 22 to hit.
That's still a hit.
Still a hit?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a hit. Yeah,
That is a hit.
7 points of damage.
Thank you, temporary hit points for Amelia.
You're welcome.
Yerk, you do not need to make a death saving throw. You are stable.
Yay!
You see Mortlock step up behind this guy. He raises his great club and he says, "Vaz, you treacherous piece of shit!" He is going to try and make an attack against him.
I'll be back.
That is a natural 1.
I'll be back in just a moment.
Oh, sure. He's a natural 1. He slams out of his great club, slams it into the wall, but it comes embedded as Vaz ducks out the way. Does not strike.
Might give him inspiration on that.
You want to give Mortlock inspiration?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, who's giving the inspiration here? Whose inspiration was it? Sorry, I couldn't tell I was talking for a sec.
It's Mono's.
Right, so, how do you inspire Mortlock?
Well, as a spider, I just sort of, I don't know, how do you inspire as a spider?
You just sort of, you just give, I imagine do you wink with 4 of your 8 eyes?
I just have in my head.
Yeah, I sort of wave with 2 of my arms and just pointing towards the figure and wink. That's all I can do.
You're incredibly confused, saying, "Thank you, strangely friendly spider," and he's just like, "I do see the opening," and strikes down. Oh, that is a natural 20.
Yes.
For 12 points of damage plus an additional 2d4.
I'm just.
Oh yeah, for an additional 8 for 20 points of damage. Slamming into this creature who just is standing over Yerk with the dagger saying, "Die! Die! Die!" And then, wham! The club slams across his head, smashing him into the wall like a grapefruit, and he falls to the ground in a bloody heap. That's his first attack. He is also going to step forward over this body and slam into this other figure who sort of seems to be dropping his weapons and begging for mercy, which he ignores for 19 to hit, which does hit for an additional 8 points of damage for 17 in total. Slam, whamming into the gut of this guy who now doubles over. Lucian.
Lucian's just gonna look stunned at the big man just smashing things into the ground, but after a short moment, yeah, I guess you would risk it. I'm gonna try using my... No, I won't. I'm just gonna stand here and do nothing. Stunned.
Okay. Mono / the spider. You see Mortlock look over to you. Spider, go get him!
Okay, so I'm going to climb on the ceiling over to the other wall. And I'm actually... Can I just drop down on this guy? On his head?
I'll say this, because this guy is so hemmed in, and you're coming at him from above, make this attack roll with advantage.
Nice. I'll just roll twice because I don't know how to do advantage. Oh well, there we go.
A 19 will hit. He's going to make a con save. Succeeds, but it's still enough to take him out as he falls to the ground, frothing at the mouth before shuddering and going still. He is stable. And with that, we are out of combat.
Yeah, so
unless you guys want to kill Mortlock, but I imagine you want to talk to him at least a little bit first. This guy is paralyzed.
He's poisoned and paralyzed.
Yeah. Also, I'm very sorry we didn't take a break today, but seems a bit late to do it now, so let's just carry on.
Is Yerk still is he still unconscious?
Yeah.
Yerk is indeed still unconscious.
Then I'm going to reach out and sort of put my hand on his shoulder and say, "It's not done with you yet, brother." And I'm going to give him 5 points of healing, which is the end of my lay on hands.
Okay. Actually, just because we've got a couple of people away, I think this is actually a good point. We'll just take literally a 2 to 5 minute break. We'll come back at 25 to.
I'm actually back.
Oh, you're actually just back. Okay, in that case, if it's just let's just take a 5 minute break anyway, because I need a quick drink.
Yeah, it's fine.
Toilet break.
Yeah. All right. So see you at 25 to.
Yeah, you take 5 points of healing.
I got that. Cheers. I was just like, I'll deal with what I do when we reconvene.
I don't see Dolan. Is he underneath the spider?
back.
Welcome back. We really need to go and take a break after this, I think.
We are on a break for about
No.
5 minutes.
No. I mean in character.
Oh,
Yeah. Well,
to be fair, I'm good to go, but you guys, if you guys need to take a break.
Right, I'm back.
I'm back.
hey. So obviously it jumped up. We'll have to watch back and
I
see what
could
happens.
take 4
Let's see.
hours worth of short rests and be back up to, well, I would say full fighting strength, but I'll still be missing a massive chunk of hit points.
Sylk would be more than happy to just take 4 hours and have that as a long rest if you want to do that.
Is everyone back now? Is it, or are we just?
Yeah, I think Alex has gone for a bit of a break, but
We're all back.
Yep, I'm just back now.
Cool.
Oh,
Okay, so as Yerk's healed up back to the 5 hit points, he kind of like thumps back against the wall and goes, "Oh fuck! What was that guy's deal? Bloody hell! How many bloody stab wounds have I got? Ugh."
Yeah, you see, you've just got. You are now. Your flesh has been healed, but your armor is now completely like stabbed through in several places. It will take. I mean, it still functions, but it's your neat and fearsome heraldry is now completely stabbed through. You see, Mortlock actually looks you all up and down and says, "You don't look like the help I was expecting."
I'm gonna flip into mono form now as well.
Mhm.
And as I do, I'm just gonna go, yeah. Why does everybody have a problem with their clothes down here?
Ask the shady guy, the flattened one next to me.
Yes. And I turn to, what was his name? Mortlock.
Mhm.
And I say, well done. You seem to speak spider. That is unusual.
I wasn't speaking. I just thought you were giving me encouragement. You're a, what? He seems to look confused now. You're a person. So you were. Never mind. It's been a long day. I can't. Shall we go somewhere? He sort of looks around a second. Drier.
So Yerk then struggles to get up, holding himself against the wall, whilst nodding to Lucian and Rill, going, "Thank you. Right, Mortlock Van Thamper, correct?"
Aye, the very same. What are you?
Yes, I think my friends have a few questions for you. I just show him my ring and then kind of like still lean exhausted against the wall.
Yeah, he seems pretty battered as well. You can see there's a few wounds across him. You can see there's blood stained all along the side of his great club that he's now swung over his shoulder. And his scars on the side of his face seem to be etched into more definition than usual. He says, "Come, we have much to discuss." And he starts walking over towards where he was previously barricaded in, which he easily pushes aside now, into this room over here.
Right. You definitely mentioned skull masks in the description of this one.
Yes. So these are the guys with skull masks. Yeah.
Right. I'm claiming a skull mask.
Okay.
So
Not for myself. I'm not putting it on or anything. I just want to be able to have it as like evidence.
as I walk past this shadowy figure, can I just give him a quick once over?
Yeah, me too.
You have a look at him. He does not. He just seems to be a guy in a cloak with a lot of daggers. You don't know what the source of his powers was, but it doesn't seem to be anything physical. If anything, it was probably some his ability to channel something to do with Baal.
And then as I walk past, I just like kick his head really hard.
His head, which is gives way as is already shattered by the great club, and your foot sticks into it a little bit, and you sort of pull back as little fragments of skull begin floating around in the water around his head.
Definitely dead. That's good.
That's a good idea. I'm going to start smooshing around in the water with the end of my mace and just spreading out the bits of him that Yug has just spread out.
Okay.
They'll need to be able to reassemble the skull if they want to bring him back.
Sylk's walked in behind Morlock, but he's really paying attention to every mannerism as to how he's moving and how he is as a person.
Also, Sylk, you see that in there's you sort of have a quick glance behind this curtain over here. You see that around it, you hear squeaking over here, and Hanlon seems interested.
I will step a bit further away from it if I hear squeaking, if I can.
Hanlon eagerly jumps in and begins hunting the rats in here, which you'd hear them go, "Oh no, what's happening to the cat?" As Hanlon is leaping to and fro in merry abandonment, terrifying these rats.
Just roll my eyes. Oh, cats will be cats. I'm going to check these bodies over where I am, just see if there's anything.
So all the armored figures just have maces and chainmail armor with shields and a longbow and 20 arrows each. You see that the ones in the steel mask just have simple short swords.
I search the body of the guy with the interesting powers.
He's just got daggers. That's all he's got.
I'm going to go up to Rel and sort of say, can you check if these are magical?
Yeah, would you like to make an Arcana check on the daggers, Will?
I can do. Or I can spend 10 minutes. But I would rather not miss the conversation upstairs.
Yeah, exactly. On a 19, they seem completely mundane. Whatever powers they had seemed to be channeled to him.
No. They seem to be quite normal. Although this one looks quite nice, and I do need a knife, so I'll tuck one into my belt.
Take them both.
No. I only need one. I'm not going to use it in combat.
He has about 10 daggers on him, so you can have 5 each if you want.
No. I'm happy with one. Like I say, I'm not going to use it as a weapon. It's just the tool.
Where did he go? Because Mortlock.
Up here with Sylk and Lucian.
So I try going in there. Ah, there we go. It worked.
Yeah, you have to put. Sorry, I'll move this out of the way because he's moved his. He was barricading that area, but he's now easily moved it aside as he was trying to defend himself in that room as the others were trying to get him.
I'll keep trying to convince Hanlon to be careful while he's in there. Just have a look in this room. Is there anything going on in there while he's playing around?
There are 9 wooden crates scattered around the room, and then you can see the rats going to and fro as Hanlon chases them.
Can I go up to one of the rats and just call it over to me?
Yeah, sure. They eagerly run away.
Are there any of the crates that Hanlon sort of is avoiding or anything like that while he's in there?
No, if you want to have an investigation check, you can have a look.
Just have a look and see if there's anything in here.
Most of the crates are empty. However, 3 of them contain various goods. You see some rations, some caltrops, alchemist fire, manacles, tinderboxes, daggers, and some potions of healing.
Oh, I'll call Yerk over or Mono, whoever's closer. I didn't see who was in there. Mono, and just say, oh, maybe some things for us to utilize. And I'll start to pick it up while Hanlon's running around, trying to convince Hanlon not to get himself into any trouble.
So I'll write that down in more detail.
In the meantime, Lucian's gonna be next to Yerk, just checking on the bandages that he hastily applied in combat. Seeing if, I don't know, any of the wounds are in danger, are in need of cleaning. Basically just general medicine.
Cool.
Without any hit points restored, unfortunately, because I'm out of any...
So I'm gonna ask the rat. So, Mr. Rat, what is this big man up to? Oh, does he have...
You hear the rat say, "Oh, normally, he's all right. He did block off the doors and shut us all in here for a bit because some of the people outside were angry. Can you do something about the cat? I think it wants to eat me." And you hear more squeaking and meowing coming from over here as Hanlon is leaping about having the time of his life.
So I'll just reach down and pick him up and put him on my shoulder.
Okay. You hear the other rats going, "Help us!"
There is not much I can do. Does he have scars all over his face?
Yes, he does. Burn marks all down one side of his face. I'll actually show you guys in the chat.
So Alex, when we enter this room, we just look around. Like what? Sorry, what are those symbols on the left?
The symbols on the left. Oh, yes. So sorry, because everyone's been running around. It's been hard to describe. Burnt torch stubs listed the floor of this hall, the western end of which is occupied by 3 6-foot-tall painted wooden statues. Each statue stands atop a 2-foot-high block of red stone, making it look taller and foreboding. The center statue resembles a heavily armored man, whose face is hidden behind the Phoenix visor of his helmet. He's painted red except for his right gauntlet, which is black. Clutching the gauntlet is a blood-red spear pointing upwards. The statue to the north depicts a purple-garbed male noble wearing a harlequin mask and holding a dagger behind his back. The statue to the south portrays a black-robed skeleton with its jaw open wide and its bony hands outstretched. You also hear Murtlock saying, "Watch out for the one of Merkul. I hear it's cursed."
Which one's that one?
The one to the south. Just don't interfere. Just stay away from them, and you'll be all right.
Oh, Mr. Vantham, what has been going on here?
Listen, before I tell you anything, will you promise you'll grant me amnesty? I just want to leave this place now. There's nothing for me here.
Yuck, I think this is up to you.
Amnesty from what? Depends on your crime.
Well, let's just say I ain't innocent, but I hope and I've proven that I'm not going to be a trouble to you anymore.
What do you mean anymore?
Well, look around you. The cultists are all dead. This operation's over. I don't want any more part of this. I'll be leaving the city in the first chance I get.
What
So
would
these cultists, they were your doing?
Not exactly. Listen, I will speak. Just grant me amnesty. Give me your word.
I think we need what he says. Maybe we can give you a couple of days and then we tell the guard. That'll give you time.
Aye, that'll do.
I'll think for a moment and then say, Triskaidekaphobia.
What's that got to do with anything?
You wanted a word?
It's a good word.
Hmm,
What does it
I
mean?
think so. Fear of the number 13.
Well, yeah, I'll remember that. So, do I have your word? Amnesty? 2 days?
You have
Yes,
my word.
2 days.
From all of
If
Every-
you?
you've been summoning demons, you'll have my word.
That's not my doing. I'll tell you more about that if you give me amnesty. And I promise you, I'll have nothing to do with demons.
You have my word.
Alright.
Mine as well.
Well, I suppose I'll start with the basics. I'm here on behalf of my mother.
Just
And,
quickly,
Oh,
sorry,
go ahead.
notepad and quill taking notes.
Yeah, you see Real eagerly looking up with a notepad.
You mean Duke Van Thamper?
The same. I was sent here by her. I've been overseeing the operations here. It's not pretty work, but I thought I was doing what was right to put my family ahead. But clearly, my judgment was, as he glanced around his dead companions, many of whom he's bashed in by him, misapplied. I was betrayed. They conspired with my brothers to kill me once they found I was no longer useful. I managed to hold on, and then you showed up. I did have a contingency plan, but that fell through. I wasn't able to get the help I needed.
So, what was your goal with these people? What were you trying to do?
Simple really. Create chaos, sow dissent, show that the city is misruled, show that the Flaming Fist can't do their job. With the Flaming Fist out of the way, there'll be nothing to stop my mother from becoming the Grand Duke now that Ulder Ravengard's gone.
Your brothers are still in league with these people?
They are.
Real
and
makes
I-
a really disappointed noise.
When I expressed doubts as to what happens after our mother was to become Grand Duke, that is when they decided I could no longer be trusted.
So
What
they had.
is your mother going to do?
Sorry, one at a time?
Trying to get ahead, Dylan.
What is your mother going to do once she was made Archduke?
She never shared the details, but what I do know is that once she is Grand Duke, whatever happened in Elturel will happen here. And from what I hear, that means that the whole city will be dragged down to the Nine Hells and every one of its inhabitants fed to be souls in the front lines of some infernal war.
Wait, what? Did you telling me Elturel has been driven down into the Nine Hells?
That seems it.
How? Tell me more. How is this possible?
Fascinating.
He shrugs. I don't know. It's, but she knew it was going to happen as well in Elturel. She sent Ravengard there, convinced him to meet with the High Overseer, Thavius Krieg. And now, with him gone, that's one last person step in the way of her ultimate goal.
What does she have to gain from being Archduke over a big hole in the ground?
I don't know. Well, whatever it is, it must be something. Something big.
Where is your mansion located? I must visit your mother.
Fancy lad here will know, and he tilts his head over to Yerk. Spot the colours on you and Marloff. You noble types always know where to find a party, eh? Not that I can talk much myself.
What's your brothers' names?
Amric and Thirstwell. Amric's a money
We're in
lender.
on this.
Oh yes, in all the way. Amric, he runs his own money lending business out of the Low Lantern. Mother's favourite, of course. He uses that to funnel supplies over to my operations. Thirstwell, on the other hand, he keeps an eye on everything in this city. He has unorthodox methods of collecting information. I've seen things coming to and from his bedroom. I'm not sure what they were, but they sure weren't human. Tiny little things, laughing, talons, wings. Don't like
We
it.
have met one before. Why the dead birds at the land? What is going on?
Dead birds.
Dead bird.
I haven't a foggiest. Amric maybe getting bored and shooting for sport. He's always been a callous one, that lad.
Oh, your family sounds like a like a normal family, just a little bit more power and more potential to screw everything up. Is there any other families involved?
Any others?
Yes.
Not that I know of. I mean, we have been trying to isolate certain members of certain families, get rid of others, use blackmail, coercion, anything.
Wait, so do you know anything about the assassination attempt on Belin Stelmane?
Steelmane?
Yes.
No, that wasn't for Steelmane. That was for Portier. Well, partly for Portier, but also to make it look like my mother was in a spot of trouble, to create a sense of urgency, take the suspicion off her. But if Portier were to die, that would be ideal. Mother just wants everyone out the way who can stand between her and the Grand Dukedom.
Is Portier again? Sorry.
He's another one of the dukes. He's the guy who is one of the. His family is like old and well respected, but he personally has stopped becoming quite so involved in politics lately. But he potentially would have been between Duke Van Thamper and getting the Grand Duchy.
Okay, so if you were in our position and you wanted to maybe pull on a few threads, where would we start?
Well, with my brothers. They're the real... they're the key to this operation. And make an insight check. On a 14, you think that the brothers are probably a good way to go, but the reason he's suggesting this might be less because of he thinks they're the best, but also because he wants revenge because they tried to have him killed.
Yes, revenge is best served from a distance, eh?
He says, well, you know where Amric is. He's at the Low Lantern. And then my brother, he never leaves the house. He's up at the family villa.
And does your mother share information with them?
My mother is the whole reason behind all of this. She'll share information with them. They're her lieutenants. She used to share information with me. That all changed recently, of course.
All of these prisoners you've taken, they're all associated with the High Halls. Why interrogate those from the High Halls?
We were trying to find holes in the security. Those are the only ones we need to take in. Apart from you. Wait a minute. He looks towards you, Lucian. He's sort of not been a bit distracted previously. He's still working off the thing to fight. He looks towards you and he says, that thing. Why is he with you?
He's a valuable member of our party, I'll have you know.
I came back here to stop what you're doing.
Oh, what I'm doing? Why don't we talk about what you're doing, foul thing? Of all the things that I've done here, bringing you in was the one thing I don't feel ashamed about. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay away from that one. Something twisted about him. He sort of, you see a rare, like, even more than when he's talking about his brother, sort of rage and fear comes to face, and he sort of spits out his words as he looks towards you, Lucian.
Sorry, can I use divine sense? The room.
You may.
I was going to say, as Morlock looks angrily towards Lucian, even in my battered state, I step in between him and Lucian.
Oh, don't you worry, I'm not going to touch him. Not with a 10-foot fucking barge pole as he steps backwards.
Yeah, I'm gonna use one of my divine senses.
You don't detect anything. Oh, nice. You don't detect anything in the room, apart from you do detect there is something flickering about. Normally, when you alert yourself to the presence of evil and otherworldly presences, you don't detect anything with Lucian, but now you can see there is maybe a hint of something otherworldly about him, but you can't pin it down. It seems to be too faint at the moment to see, but it is there, somewhere hidden, somewhere deep, but it is there.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to remember that.
So, Mortlock, do you have any other contacts that in the city with these cultists? Anywhere else? Anyone high up?
No, not that I can think of.
Okay.
We mostly kept to ourselves. There's only a few of us. It's all we needed to sow chaos. You know what they say? Three can keep a secret if, and he glances over his shoulder, if two are dead. Looking to the room of former slaughtered companions.
What do you say, brothers? Do we let this one walk, or do we keep him silent?
You
I
gave
gave
me
my
your
word.
words.
However, I don't think I trust him with a weapon in hand.
No, I gave my word too, but no, that big, whatever that is, I think you should give it up.
How damaged does he actually look?
He looks pretty beat up, but he's still standing. He's got minor wounds, but nothing fatal. He sighs and he throws his club with a great clatter to the floor, unhooks his crossbow, and throws it to the ground as well, and says, "There, you happy?"
Yes, plus this might give us excuse to go and visit your mansion.
Yes, we tell him he is dead. Give him his.
He sort of looks around and he sort of says, "You know, everything I did here, I did for the good of my family. Now they've turned on me. Promise me you'll see him dead."
We can promise.
I won't promise their death. I will promise justice upon them.
Just with my mother. Make sure she doesn't suffer, yeah? Or get rid of her, send her out on a boat or something. Like, she's got to be stopped, but just... She did care for me, I think. Still. Even through it all. Oh, and...
No malice, we do.
He also, he says, "And if you let me go, you keep your word, I'll show you where the cult kept its treasure."
Oh yes, of course.
He nods and he starts walking down and he directs you to, he points out that room over here. He says, "Right in there, there's quite a few in there. That's all the valuables we've been able to steal, everything. Some of the funneled money, more than enough. I won't need much to start a new life. You're welcome to it. I don't want to touch any of it anymore."
Very
Is there
well.
any traps we should know about? We aren't going to go in there and blow ourselves up.
Could I make an insight check on Mortlock?
Sure.
I would like to know if he's feeling genuinely remorseful about what's been going on.
Sure.
Did he apply to my trap question?
He did, and this will also apply to the insight. On a 17, he does seem... He seems regretful more than remorseful. You don't know... I think you imagine that had he known how this would have turned out, he wouldn't have done it. But it's only because he was betrayed that he did this. If he was... He doesn't regret trying to help his family. He regrets that his family turned on him. However, he does seem genuine when he says there are no traps, and he also seems genuine when he says he plans to leave Baldur's Gate at the first opportunity.
Can I tell him, well, go in, take what you need, and leave?
He nods. He grabs... he also says, I think I'll give the bathhouse to Jabaz. He's a good one, that one. And then he goes in, he grabs just a few packs of rations, comes back, and then begins walking out and sort of looking over his shoulder slightly just to make sure you aren't following, but he does start to head towards the exit.
Sorry, where was the treasure room again?
It's this room over here.
Okay.
I think that man, he needs some me time. He has had some...
Oh,
some
and
time alone.
before he goes, he also warns you not to go into the room just to the east of this passage. It's full of skeletons.
Yes, watch out for the room of skeletons on your way down there.
I think we shall. So I'd like to stick my head into this treasure room and have a nosy around.
Okay. So you have a look in here. A short flight of stairs climbs to a circular chamber with 4 padlocked wooden chests piled in the middle of it. What would you like to do? You do have some keys about you that do look like they might fit.
Yeah, so try the keys on the first chest.
Okay. The first chest holds 4,500 copper pieces and 2 red crystal vials with gold stoppers.
Alright, hang on a sec. I'll put this into loot.
Okay. If you want, I'll let you make an Arcana check, anyone who wants to try and identify these vials.
Give it a go.
These are potions of fire breath. There's 2 of them.
Potions of fire breath, I believe.
Ah, interesting. As I walk to the second chest with the keys.
Okay. This contains 10 agates, which are worth roughly 10 gold each, so that's 100 gold in total. Scattered amid 1,250 silver pieces, which is 125 gold, basically. Quite heavy, by the way. The first chest weighs 70 pounds, second weighs 37 pounds.
Third chest now?
Third chest contains a delicate porcelain dragon mask, resting on a bed of 2,400 copper pieces and 500 silver pieces.
And then I hand the keys over to Mono, who is, I assume, standing by the final chest.
Yep.
Can I just check what were the numbers for the third chest?
2,400 copper, 500 silver, and a delicate porcelain dragon mask that looks like it's worth about 25 gold pieces.
Is it magical at all?
It doesn't seem to be.
So I'll open the fourth one.
Okay. This one only contains one thing: a bronze crown with 5 spires. Each spire is shaped and painted with small jewels embedded in the eyes to resemble 5 dragons: 1 black, 1 blue, 1 green, 1 red, and 1 white.
Rill, do you no, or Dolan, do you recognize this?
Do we recognise it?
Have a look.
Make a religion check. This appears to be a sacred artifact of Tiamat, the god of chromatic dragons. In fact, you would also notice that the porcelain dragon mask also appears to be relevant to Tiamat.
As soon as Will says that, I'm going to hiss at the word Tiamat.
Yes, Dolan, you sense that this is you sense the presence of Tiamat, and you just get, with your divine sense still flickering, you get sort of the sense that Tiamat's influence is all over these items, though they are not magical. They ring with a tang that can only remind you of the chromatic dragons of your evil brethren.
Is it?
I want nothing to do with this.
Your people are in the city, aren't they?
They're not my people.
No, not those people. Point at the platinum on you. Those people.
So I say we might need this for leverage. I don't mind holding on.
If the divine sense is still up, do I get the sense that it's just on the crowns and the mask, or is it on the money as well?
It's on everything. I mean, it's not like it's just a faint hint of an essence. It's not like a curse or anything. It's just like it seems like that's where it originated from.
In the wealth of our is to fund our benevolent works is the best way we can undermine them.
I agree.
Okay.
Is it worth anything, that crown?
Yes. It seems to be worth about 250 gold pieces.
If you want to keep hold of it.
Yeah.
Who would even buy such a thing?
There are plenty of merchants who deal in the hellish evil.
I'd like to hand the potions of fire breath to Lucian. Some more fire for you.
Thank you. Honestly, I've thought about breathing fire, but it doesn't seem to be like one of my abilities. But with these,
Sounds like fun.
Sylk will hand Yerk over 2 of the healing potions and the other 2 to Dolan, to say you might be able to use these healing potions. I picked up a bunch of manacles and some daggers. Do we want to take them with us and maybe offload them, or leave them behind?
Oh, well, maybe a manacle or 2, maybe 1.
There's 6 of them, so I'm happy to sort of give 1 to everyone, I guess. If everyone wants to have a pair of manacles on them, just in case.
I feel like a
Could be an
real
idea.
policeman.
It's like, yeah, I'd hand them over to everyone. Anyone able to use these alchemist fire flasks?
They are as simple as throwing. Give them to somebody who can throw well.
I might hold on to them in case my arrows don't do anything in future. Okay.
Okay. Right, having collected everything you can, would you guys like to leave?
I remember Rill saying something about wanting to check out that library at the three doors of Bane, Baal, and Merkel.
Yes, I think books after all this, a little sit down and a read.
Yes, that would be wonderful.
Okay. So you guys, you head back. I'll just expedite the process and just say you managed to head back. You also find on your way back your skeletons are still patiently waiting to see what you will do.
As we're heading back, you said we'd found a room that had bedrolls and stuff.
Uh-huh.
I would like to grab a couple of bedrolls and blankets and things on our
Sure.
room.
You can absolutely do that. So, I'll move you back over to 1 moment.
I personally vote to get out of the area as soon as possible, but sleep in an actual bed would be amazing.
Hang on, I'll drag you real. I'll speed you up.
Yes, do we go back to Alan? I mean, I know how much Alan loves us, and like we're his favorite customers and everything, and he makes these great pastries. But should we go somewhere where
No.
there's more space?
No. We go to the Temple of Helm or the Temple of Tyr, and we ask for sanctuary for the night.
Okay, that is fine by me.
Okay.
This sounds like a good idea.
You're back in near the exit, but you know that just to your south is the area that smelled like books.
All right. Showing a paranoia that he has never shown before, Rill stops, carefully examining the door, making sure it's not trapped, seeing if it's locked, etc.
Make an investigation check.
Sylk was
Oh,
Sylk was staying as far away from that as possible. By the way, I know you moved me, but as soon as he went anywhere near that door, I was a long way away. Come on.
The door seems fine.
I am trying the door.
Okay, it opens easily without issue.
Right. I am stepping through, and then I'm cleaning my boots.
Okay.
And then I'm handing the bedrolls back to people. So clean yourself off when you come in. We don't want to get stains on the books.
Mono doesn't wear shoes, so he's just going to wipe his feet.
This room appears to be largely empty. However, you do see there is a sarcophagus over here.
Where's the dusty smell of books?
Coming from the sarcophagus.
All right, I'm coming in and examining the sarcophagus.
Okay, you hoist open the lid, revealing within.
Wasn't planning on hoisting it out.
Oh, okay.
Like, checking the
Okay.
outside of it, seeing if I can identify A, who it is, or B, some kind of religion that it was attached to.
Sorry, the sarcophagus seems to have been opened. The lid is slightly askew. It seems to be opened and looted a long time ago. There is only a few bust and tumenoid bones within that you can see. However, you can see the spines of 3 books poking out from underneath.
Look, real.
One of them bound in red leather, the other one in umber, and the final one in scaly black reptile hide.
How many skulls do you think you could fit in your head?
Good question. I'm going to reach in and take them out, trying not to disturb the remains too much. And as I do so, I'm going to say to him, what's left in the sarcophagus. And I'm sorry, my friend, you may be attached to these, but it is my duty to preserve the knowledge.
It doesn't look. The books look distinctly less old than the dusty bones.
That's
They
all.
seem relatively new.
That's all right. I'm still apologizing for stealing his book.
Sure. Are you going to have a look in the books?
To to the rest of the group, he's treating books with far more reverence than he treats even apparently the deity that gives him powers.
So as Rilla's just pulled those books out of the sarcophagus, I'm going to go over and just close the lid over the remains.
You hear a faint creaking sound coming from the roof.
At which point I'm going to quickly exit that room.
Okay.
Me too. But I say, hey, I could look after the body. I'm very good at that. Aren't we, Lucian?
Don't remind me.
As you exit the room, you see Sylk just giggling a little bit to himself.
Okay.
Right, I'm not going to open these just yet because I know people want to leave. I'm going to resist the urge and I'm going to tuck them into my bag.
Okay. And I'm assuming you guys head up back towards the bathhouse next.
Yeah.
Yes, head out
It's a good idea.
of the sewers.
So as you emerge from the hidden door behind the bathhouse, you find yourself in the massage room.
A little bit tiring.
You see a very confused Camila and Jabaz standing out in the corridor. Jabaz, once again with the short red hair, looks to you all and says, what happens? My boss just ran through. There were some people earlier. This bathhouse is mine now for some reason.
Yes, congratulations. We gave you a bathhouse.
Looks particularly towards you, Yerk, with the multiple obvious stab wounds in your chest, and say, "What happened down there?"
Oh, no, you don't need to worry about it.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope you enjoyed your stay at the bathhouse, and please, come again.
It was a most enlightening experience. Thank you.
But
Thank you.
I would get a builder in just to close off this door. Don't go down there. Skeletons, everything. Nice door. They upset the customers, huh?
Skeletons? What? As you just
Ske-
sort of walk out.
Skeletons.
Sylk will just keep an eye out to see whether that creature that they noticed the other day is around. But
Make a perception check. It seems completely clear. Actually, on a 22, you don't spot that creature, but you do spot someone else. You spot someone just poking, like trying to be hidden, but just poking a head out from over the wall. As you turn round and you see this one appears to be dressed in a pointy mask resembling a dragon, but they duck down behind the wall, and you hear them running away.
from where?
From the north, just peeking over the wall.
From this side, from the north. Can I quickly run and jump after them if I can get over the wall?
Make an athletics check.
That's not a strength of mine. That's not a strength.
The wall is 10 foot high and difficult to climb. By the time you scramble up and are able to look over, the figure has disappeared.
Lucian, who's been washing the blood off his face in the fountain, looks up at Sylk. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's still very bright out, and you're having trouble adjusting to the light as well as it shines down upon you. It's now about just gone. It's about 3 or 4 p.m. So it's still very bright.
Just got a feeling that we're being watched. Someone was looking over the wall. I just wanted to see if we... Anyway.
Well, at the moment, I just need my wounds tended to, so, how about we head to the safe place? Seek sanctuary.
Sylk,
Yeah.
the temple. Give me 1 second. I'll tell you which one I think would be best.
Could we report into Captain Zodge as well? Let him know what's going on.
We could, or we could hold off. We did promise Mortlock that we wouldn't tell them for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Maybe we leave that bit out.
I mean,
Yeah, we don't have to tell him everything, but at least let him know that the cultist seems to be very interested in the high halls.
I don't
Yes.
know.
What?
I don't know about you guys, but not everyone promised him that.
All right, we've got the choice of the Temple of Helm or the Temple of Tyr. The Temple of Tyr, the god of justice, the Temple of Helm, the god of guardians. I suggest the Temple of Helm. Both, I say those gods because both of those gods have a problem with the three.
Sure. We will follow you, Uriel.
I mean,
Sylk, could you take us to the Temple of Helm?
yeah, pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be in the upper city. I'll just make a location for it. One moment. It's going to be close to. It's near. It's not quite as. It's quite near the biggest temple in the city is the Temple of Gond, but there are other temples nearby. Most of the temples that you would know that most of the temples that actually devote to gods that do healing are actually sort of split up, because partly they're in the Harbourside Hospital where most of the healers are, and then they have shrines where they don't do healing but they do offer things like sanctuary and spiritual guidance up in the upper city.
Did we go past the Van Tham's mansion or anywhere close to them?
It would be actually quite close to the Van Thamper's mansion, and I'll actually.
I mean,
you should be able to see that on your map.
As we're walking, if we're gonna go, I would say we're gonna head towards. If we head there, we can go wherever you want on the way. I'm pretty aware of most of the city. I'm not sure how well aware I am of the high part of the city. But I want to offload a bunch of these daggers as I go, so I'll just sort of go into places that I know that might buy a dagger or two, and then as we're moving along, and take everyone towards the Temple of Helm, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then,
so who's leading you guys?
Yeah, Sylk will lead.
Sylk's leading.
Okay. I'll say because of your crew stuff, I'll let you roll this D20 with advantage.
Just a regular D20.
Yeah, so essentially disadvantage though, because lower is safer basically.
I'll just roll 2. Oh, sorry, that's a 17 and 11.
17 and 11. Can you roll a D10 for me, please? And a actually, yeah, roll a D10 for me, please. A 1. You see, as you're walking down up towards the upper city, you pass through the gates relatively unmolested over here, paying. You'd have to pay a small toll of 1 copper piece each.
Can I not wave my ring and just say, "They're with me"?
Yeah, but they do ask the toll, but then Yerk, you raise your ring, and they say, "Oh, sorry," and they let you in, knowing you're of a noble background. You do start walking down the most direct route, Sylk. However, you stop for a moment and you have a check. You see a large group of ravens clustered suspiciously together. You decide that maybe that might not be the best way to go. Roll an insight check.
All right.
Yeah, these ravens are acting very suspiciously, and they don't seem to be acting like birds. You think there might be something sinister going on, so you think you might be better off taking a different route.
Birds around?
Hmm?
Are there any other birds around?
No other birds around.
All right. Those birds over there are acting a bit weird. Maybe we take the other path.
Okay, and you lead the party down the other route. You do find a group of guards who do ask you for your passage tokens that you got at the gate, but you hand them over, and as well, Yerk, you're able to show your ring again. You're able to get through, getting to the Temple of Helm without issue. And I think that is a good place to leave the session as you guys go in, receive Sanctuary, and are able to get a long rest. And you are also going to level up to level 3.
Oof, excellent.
I think we deserved that. We earned it.
Very nice.
Yeah, that was a tricky series of encounters there. So well done
Wow.
getting through that. Yerk, I have to say, Yerk in particular, just being able to take so many hits, get back up, go down, nearly die, get back up again. That was and everyone
I
keeping
have
Yerk alive.
Serious thanks to the healers there, just stopping me from dying.
Yeah, you're virtually undead now.
Yeah.
And Sylk was rolling amazingly for the first half of that game.
Oh yeah.
Managed to actually hit things at some point in time tonight.
Including nearly me. Once,
Including
but that's
nearly you,
fine.
you know.
that would have been, if Yerk had died because Sylk had accidentally shot him in the back, that would have been very, very sad.
Yeah.
If Lucian hadn't joined the group, we'd pretty much all be dead.
I would actually say
Oh,
yes.
absolutely so.
Yeah.
Good job,
What?
Lucian.
Yep.
Yeah.
The healer fit is pretty awesome. But what kind of ability did that guy have? Did explicitly say
That
to
was doing a
negate
lot of
crit?
damage.
I'll tell you right now, that was a CR, that was a challenge rating 5.
What?
Oh,
Kidding.
We're level 2!
Yep, this adventure is pretty tough. And it's a big
Holy
party, so I've
moly.
been making it, been going slightly hard on you, but you've been pulling through with flying colours.
Wow. Do we level up twice?
No!
For that?
No, get out of here!
just a quick question: how we level up without experience? Do I just?
So the way you level up without
believe it's
experience is you go to your character sheet, you go onto the little cog next to your spells, you click that and then
Yep.
scroll down, and in the bottom right you click level plus charactermancer, and then you just run through that and it sorts everything out for you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Plus character mancer.
What's your rules and hit points again?
I recommend you take the average, but if you must roll, re-roll ones, but nothing else. You get one re-roll on ones, and that's it. Mathematically, that means it's identical to average, but with more variance. Because, yeah. So if you want to roll, you can roll, and if you roll a 1 the first time, you can re-roll it. If you roll a 1 the second time, tough luck.
I'm a
Ooh.
gambler. I'm an absolute
Lucky roll
gambler.
there, yeah.
Nice.
I think I rolled max HP on my first one as well. So
Nice. Yeah, well, you clearly need it.
yeah, that's for sure.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure playing with you guys. Sorry that's gone on a little later than usual, but I hope you all appreciate it. I just wanted to round off the session nicely. It's been an absolute pleasure. I think most people have sorted out payments already, but if you haven't, sort that out for next week, and we'll be going to the standard rates. Apart from Tabby, you get another...
Sorry, Alex. What's the PayPal account I'm sending it to?
So it's in... it's up in payment info in the Discord server.
Oh, cool. Hang on.
You should have my payment by now. I sent it through just before the game.
Yes, I think I've got it. But I'll be sorting that. I'll be setting up a spreadsheet where I'll be keeping track of that soon. And don't worry, if you have forgotten, I will chase you up and bully you about it. But absolute pleasure playing with you guys. Amazing as always. Really looking forward to next week. Excited to hear what you're doing next.
I have
Yeah,
one more
thanks,
question
Alex.
before you go.
Oh, yes, sure.
Sorry. This spellbook that I picked up, can I use it to kickstart my other career early?
Well, your other career being...
Wizard.
Wizard. Yes, absolutely. I will give you the spells that are in the spell... You've got the spells...
It's alright, they're in the loot book.
If you wanted to look at your other book as well, that other book also contains... those other books might also contain things that would be useful for that. Hint, hint.
Yeah, we'll come to that next session if you want.
Okay, that's fine. Fantastic.
Or you can send me
I'll
details
DM
of a
you.
Discord or something like that.
I'll DM you when I'm a little less knackered because I need to sleep. All right.
Yeah.
Great playing you all.
Good idea.
See you guys next
Thanks,
week.
Cheers,
everyone.
Alex.
Alright,
That was
Bye.
good
good.
night.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Cheers.
Wow. Okay. A long session. Yeah, it's interesting when playing between a sandbox on Monday night and a more like something like Descent into Avernus. That's very much like driven with the room. I think everyone's searching now. Like I think we searched every room and we searched everything. I know. So there's two parts. There's Sylk. How Sylk. So Sylk's not that searching every room. He's laid back. He's sort of just keeping an eye out. He doesn't trust people, so he trusts the people that he's around at the moment. He's seeing people healing each other and helping each other, so he trusts this group a little bit, but he doesn't trust his environment. So when people go off and start searching around, but he knows other people are in the area, he's just standing there readying the bow, ready to fire. He's done that his whole life, and will continue to do so. So that's Sylk, and that's okay. That's why I'm myself staying out of searching rooms and staying out of doing that. It's more this is honed trust sort of level. I, as a player, not necessarily sure I picked the character that will give me the most amount of fun at this moment in time. So he's very stealthy, he's very sleight of handy, he's got really good perception and insight, and he's quite a wise character, but I think that wisdom comes from that searching around. But he's got a low charisma, he's not got a great amount of strength, he's not going in there, so I'm doing that. And for me, not me as being strong or having charisma or anything, but me sitting there going, well, yeah, let's search every room, let's do this. Me also as the player thinking, I would love if it added a tension to the story. So it felt to me as if we were just searching every room because there were rooms there, as opposed to why are we searching every room? Why are we here? We're here to stop a cult that's hung a guy up on a wall, has a thingo. So why we're searching for things that we might miss, as opposed to going, hang on a sec, like, stay away from the rooms, move on, like, let's get there and try to stop people as quickly as possible from doing something dangerous, because that's why we're here. Yeah, but maybe that's partially actually how I'm thinking from a Sylk point of view, and partially how I'm thinking from a me as a feeling, because Sylk's playing that way. I'm just sitting here and I'm listening and I'm enjoying the story and I'm enjoying the chat and I'm enjoying that part of it. But the inquisitive characters, the quirky inquisitive character, someone like Rill, is sort of always there, always talking, always part of the action. And yeah, I believe that's Rill in character. I believe everyone's playing in character, so I actually am enjoying it from that point of view. But then when it comes into a battle point of view or a fighting point of view, I think I then see where Sylk very much is caught in two worlds. He's caught in this space. He wants to help, but he also wants to fight. So these are the bits where he is. He knows what he can do. He knows how he can help, and that's what he's going to continue to do and continue to help. So anyway, let's see how we go. Enjoyable session. I'm finding it interesting. Also need more sleep, I guess. which having a long session doesn't help, but I need more sleep to really be in the story. I should be finding this game relaxing and enjoying the story and enjoying that. Sitting down for another 4 hours after work and sitting here and having that part and not taking the breaks or getting up, I need to maybe work on that, stand up at the desk or something like that, just to enjoy the experience of sitting here and playing, because I think that's also part of it. I'm eating a little bit, trying not to eat too loud. Sorry if I am eating too loud. Yeah, but cool session. Come back next week for another session following Sylk and his thingo. I leveled up, so there were 2 choices that I had, actually 3 choices, but level 1, like on the cleric side, level 2 on the fighter side, is how I've gone. There was an option to go an additional level of rogue. I still think he'll do it later, but I think at the moment probably stick to fighter until he has that extra attack. I think stay in fighter until I get the sharpshooter / extra attack feat. So that would be like at level 6. Level 2, go with fighter, gets the action surge. At that point in time, they did say that we get a long rest, actually, so fully long rest. So at 23 hit points, so is okay. Armor of 16. Basically has has 16 armor at the moment. Is always able to put a shield on and go with, say, a dagger or something dex based, maybe a rapier or something like that in future, or even maybe a hand crossbow, something that he can fire with. He's really enamored with his bow, so he's not necessarily going to have to do that. Get a really cool thing that they technically, as part of the Shadow Elf, can turn on shape shadows. So he has the ability there to as part of his marker, the Shadow Elf, get to turn invisible. Once per long rest, I believe it is. So that's pretty cool. And let's see how it goes. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the evening, and come back next week. Stay safe.